When peace like a river attendeth my way, when sorrows like sea billows roll, whatever my lot, thou hast taught me to say, it is well, it is well with my soul. It is well with my soul. It is well, it is well with my soul. Though Satan should buffet, though trials should come, let this blessed assurance control that Christ hath regarded my helpless estate and hath shed his own blood for my soul. It is well with my soul. It is well, it is well with my soul. My sin, oh the bliss of this glorious thought, my sin not in part but the whole is removed by his blood, and I bear it no more. Praise Yahweh, praise Yahweh, oh my soul. It is well with my soul. It is well, it is well with my soul. And Lord, haste the day when the faith shall be sight, the clouds be rolled back as a scroll, the trump shall resound, and the Lord shall descend. Even so, it is well with my soul. It is well with my soul. It is well, it is well with my soul. Create in me a clean heart, O God, and renew a right spirit within me. Create in me a clean heart, O God, and renew a right spirit a clean heart, O God, and renew a right spirit within me. And cast me not away from thy presence, O Lord, and take not thy Holy Spirit from me. Restore unto me the joy of thy salvation, and renew a right spirit within me. And renew a right spirit within me.
Amen. Grace and peace to everyone. Welcome to this Bible study. Today, Monday, the 3rd of November, Monday afternoon. And I am Sister Anissa Baptiste from the Thusia Seventh-day Adventist Church, welcoming you and kindly asking you as you come in to please help us to share the live and tag persons. I see you coming in one by one, and I greet you with grace and peace from our God, Yahweh God, our Creator. And I thank you for joining me, Brother Stanley, Sister Lisel. I see Brother Dan from Malawi. Greetings to you. Brother Calvert, Sister Bernadine, and whoever else is looking at us, whom I may not be seeing now. I greet you with grace and peace. Love you very much in Christ Jesus, and asking you kindly to help us to share the live. I see you too, Sister Denise. I just saw you, right? So thank you for being with me by God's grace. And without further ado, I will begin with a word of prayer, and then we will look at our topic for today by God's grace. Let us pray. O gracious, loving Father, divine nature, who art in heaven, in the second apartment of the heavenly sanctuary, I bow before you, knowing that I am nothing in myself and that I need you, loving Father. And I'm asking you, please, to cleanse me from all unrighteousness, to remove the carnal mind, the hard heart from within me, and give to me the spiritual mind or the heart of flesh. And please give me your spirit of truth within my heart, creating in me that clean heart and renewing within me that right spirit, taking not your Holy Spirit from me, but causing me by your Spirit to keep all your commandments in sinfulness. I pray, dear Father, that through this work of justification in me, which means justification, that I would be able to speak your truths with clarity and wisdom, that people may understand and may be blessed to repent of their sins and to accept or believe the truths of Christ, that they too may receive the new birth of the new creation at justification, which is you doing a work of creating them. Thank you for your many blessings, and thank you for helping us to understand these things, and be with us now as we peruse the scriptures to reprove them for your glory. May many people be reached through these truths, dear Father, which are the pure gospel, the everlasting gospel of the end of the third angel's message, as they come to see that the only gospel and the only plan of salvation must have the 7-day Sabbath sign, because it is all about you creating and creating us, and the 7-day Sabbath is the sign of that, not Sunday. So thank you for hearing and answering our prayers right now and blessing us as we do this work. In Jesus' holy name, amen. Amen. Okay, so once again, welcome to you all who have joined us. As usual, we are on our various platforms. I will show them to you now, and we will sing a hymn or two before we get started. Today's study is really a recap of Sabbath study. I would like to go through the manuscript and go through the scriptures with you. So if you missed it, if you were tired, if you like a refresher, you can join me at this time for this, as I share with you as I have seen, as I myself revisited it. I have chosen to call the study today, which is based on Brother Medina's study from last Sabbath, Justification, Then and Now. That was his study's name. I have pulled this phrase from one of the points in the study, and it is, in the Bible, justification is justificreation. In the Bible, justification is justification. Because as you will see, my dear people, we are not inventing a new word from the Bible, in that we are not doing away with what the Bible has said. The Bible uses the word justify. The Bible talks about being justified. The Bible gives us the concept of justification in the English translation of the Greek and the concept from the Hebrew as well. So we're not telling you can't use the word justify. We're not telling you don't say justify, justify, justification. We also learn in the third angel's message and from the writings of Ellen White and Jones and Waggoner that God showed them justification out of the Bible. We also learn that Martin Luther, the great German reformer, understood and came to understand the great doctrine of justification by faith. So by no means should anyone interpret what we here at Thusia are showing it to mean that we are changing the Bible's words. But what I love about this phrase, it helps you to understand what we're saying. And what we're saying is that in the Bible, when you meet justification, when you meet justify, justified, what it really means, as is seen clearly in the Bible, is justification. So in the Bible, justification is justification. So we thank God that He has revealed to our hearts deeper yet the meaning of the terms that we have. And by revealing more about the meaning, we're able even to coin other words that capture the meaning in a significant way and help the focus to be put on what the depth of the meaning of the term is. So the study today is called In the Bible, Justification is Justificreation. Once more, in the Bible, justification is Justificreation. So join us, tag a friend, tag someone to tell them that we are on, and we're going to go through these scriptures to help you by God's grace. And we pray that you will take the opportunity to go through with us so that you may be benefit and you may be blessed. Amen. We are live streaming as usual on Thusia Seventh-day Adventist Church page on Facebook. We're also on X, Anissa Batiste. We're on Rumble, Thusia SDA Church. And we're on 2 YouTube channels right now. I will post them for you. Survival 960 and Outreach through Zion. Okay, we are live on both channels currently. So if you cannot access Facebook or if you know someone who can't access Facebook and you want to help them, you can share with them, feel free to share with them the YouTube channel links so that they can access the study just the same and not be at a disadvantage because, for example, they're not on Facebook, okay? And when you come in on YouTube, if you have not yet liked and subscribed to our YouTube channels, I'm kindly asking you to do that so that whenever we have studies again on the same channel, you would be able to get a notification that tells you we are on, okay? That is what subscribing allows you to do by God's grace. And anything we want to share with you, it allows you. So may God be with you and help you as you join us. Great. So, my dear brethren and friends, in the Bible, justification is justification. Let us sing a hymn or two as we get into the Bible study. All right? As we get into the Bible study. Okay. We will sing the hymn, O worship the King, all glorious above. Okay? And this hymn, if you're following in the new Seventh-day Adventist hymnal, it is hymn number 83. Hymn number 83. I trust my audio is fine. You can let me know if everything is okay with the audio, please. I would appreciate the feedback if there's any issues that I need to address. But I pray that it is all right and you can hear me well and everything, right? O worship the King, all glorious above. O gratefully sing His wonderful love. Okay. And again, for those who are following by YouTube, by the hymnal, it is 83. hymn number 83 in the New Seventh-day Adventist hymnal. Amen. Oh, worship the King, all glorious above. Oh, gratefully sing his wonderful love. Our shield and defender, the Ancient of Days, pavilioned in splendor and girded with praise. Oh, tell of his might, oh, sing of his grace, whose robe is the light, whose canopy space, his chariots of wrath, the deep thunder clouds form, and dark is his path on the wings of the storm. Thy bountiful care, what tongue can recite? It breathes in the air, it shines in the light. It streams from the hills, it descends to the plain, and sweetly distills in the dew and the rain. Frail children of dust, and feeble as frail, in thee do we trust, nor find thee to fail. Thy mercies, how tender, how firm to the end. Our Maker, Defender, Redeemer, and Friend. Frail children of dust, and feeble as frail, in thee do we trust, nor find thee to fail. Thy mercies, how tender, how firm to the end. Our Maker, Defender, Redeemer, and Friend. Wonderful words of this hymn, which teach us so much about what we have seen, that Yahweh God is our Redeemer, who is our Maker or our Creator, amen, the Creator of Israel, and He defends us. And indeed, when we look at the elements in creation, as the scripture on my chart shows, it tells us of not only the creating work of Yahweh in the earth, but also of his spiritual creating work in us. Yes, my dear brethren. Incidentally, this hymn can be found, a few verses thereof, in fact, the entire thing, cited in the writings of E.J. Wagner in his book, The Gospel in Creation. He took the time to write out the words of this hymn that we just sang. I imagine reflecting himself from scripture on the way how God uses the language of his works in creation to describe his works in spiritually creating us. And so this is beautiful. We are happy for this by God's grace. Amen, amen. So we will sing one more hymn. Okay, we will sing one more hymn. My Maker and my King, to thee my all I owe. Thy sovereign bounty is the spring whence all my blessings flow. And this is hymn 15 in the New Seventh-day Adventist hymnal, 1-5. 15. This is one of the very first hymns I personally learned as a Seventh-day Adventist. This and the other one that talks about, I sing the mighty power of God that makes the mountains rise. These are one of the, if not the first two, among the first two hymns that I learned when I came to be exposed to the Sabbath truth. My Maker and My King, hymn 15. Grace and peace to you too, Sister Alyssa and Brother Maidon. Please help us to share the live and to tag persons. Again, hymn 15, New Seventh-day Adventist hymnal. My Maker and my King, to thee my all I owe. Thy sovereign bounty is the spring whence all my blessings flow. Thy sovereign bounty is the spring whence all my blessings flow. The creature of thy hand, on thee alone I live. My God, thy benefits demand more praise than I can give. My God, thy benefits demand more praise than I can give. Lord, what can I impart when all is thine before? Thy love demands a thankful heart, the gift, alas, how poor. Thy love demands a thankful heart, the gift, alas, how poor. Oh, let thy grace inspire my soul with strength divine. Let every word and each desire and all my days be thine. Let every word and each desire and all my days be thine. This hymn was also one of my father's favorite hymns. He would often request it whenever we would visit, and he would desire singing. He would request, my Maker and my King. Amen. Amen. We will sing about two more hymns. We will sing, Rejoice, the Lord is King. Another of his favorites. We are told in scripture that Yahweh creates Jerusalem a rejoicing. Amen. And that rejoicing of that spiritual creating of Jerusalem, Jacob, Israel, the spiritual Israel of God, is the work of justification by faith, whereby he gives us his Holy Spirit and we become a part of his kingdom, heirs thereof. And this joy is the joy of the Holy Spirit. Rejoice, the Lord or Yahweh is King. 221 in the New Seventh-day Adventist hymnal. And this is because of justification, which is justificreation. 221 in the New Seventh-day Adventist hymnal. Rejoice, the Lord is King. Rejoice, the Lord is King, your Lord and King adore. Rejoice, give thanks thanks and sing and triumph evermore. Lift up your heart, lift up your voice, rejoice again, I say rejoice. Jesus the Savior reigns, the God of truth and love. When he had purged our stains, he took his seat above. Lift up your heart, lift up your voice, rejoice again, I say rejoice. His kingdom cannot fail. He rules o'er earth and heaven. The keys of death and grave are to our Jesus given. Lift up your heart, lift up your voice, rejoice again, I say rejoice. Rejoice in glorious hope, our Lord the Judge shall come and take his servants up to the eternal home. Lift up your heart, lift up your voice, rejoice again, I say rejoice. Amen. And this we can only do because of having the Holy Spirit gifted to us, the joy of the Holy Spirit, because of justification, which is justification. And our final hymn is Amazing Grace. Amazing Grace. And this hymn, the amazing grace of God is that by which we are justified, by his mercy, by his loving kindness, his goodness, which is his grace. And this act of justification that he does in us is a work of creating, justificreating. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found, was blind, but now I see. So we'll sing a few verses, right? Amen. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I am found, was blind, but now I see. 'Twas grace that taught my heart to fear, and grace my fears relieved. How precious did that grace appear the hour I first believed. The Lord has promised good to me. His word, my hope, secures. He will my shield and portion be, as long as life endures. Through many dangers, toils, and snares, I have already come. 'Tis grace hath brought me safe thus far, and grace will lead me home. When we've been there 10,000 years, bright shining as the sun, we've no less days to sing God's praise than when we'd first begun. Amen. Amen. So that is it for the singing right now. And let us get into our Bible study by the grace of God. Amen. Again, thank you to those of you who have joined us. Sister Chantel, I see you. Also Antoinette Green, Sister Karima Paris. Okay, Sister Adriana Love, Brother Calvert, right? These are the new persons I'm seeing since the last time. Welcome, welcome, welcome. And on YouTube, we have Carol Manning. We say grace and peace to you. Carol Manning says, you cannot justify yourself, period. And that is true. We cannot justify ourselves. And if you stay on with us, you will hear very much how we are justified. If you're new to this channel, Carol Manning, I'm not sure who it is, not sure if it's somebody from church, but if it's somebody who's new, I am inviting you to please help us to share it and to subscribe to it so you can get more notifications of our studies. Sister Fran is also on, and I say grace and peace to you. She's also on YouTube. Thank you for being with us, Sister Fran. We appreciate it. Amen. Great. So let us get into our Bible study. And as I indicated in the beginning, I am going to go through with you this study from Brother Medina that he presented on Sabbath, Justification, Then and Now. Okay? Justification, Then and Now. This is his manuscript, basically 2 pages back and front. And I'd like to go through it with you again as we take a look at what we have learned in the church that is so very important from our Bibles. And let me just show you the screen again. I have taken the name of the study from a phrase within the study. In the Bible, justification is justificreation. Okay? In the Bible, justification is justificreation. This is important. It shows you, one, we're not going against what the Bible says. The Bible says justified, it says justified. The concept of justification is taught there from the days of the reformers. In fact, from Abraham, from the days of the reformers, Martin Luther, Paul, and all the other apostles. Yes. So don't think Thusia is changing the word. But what we're doing is giving you the meaning of the word, which helps persons to understand the term justify, justified, justification. You will see that the manner in which the Bible uses the term shows that God wants us to understand that what he does when he justifies humanity, when he justifies individuals, is he creates them. He's actually doing a work of spiritual creation or justification. That is what justification in the Bible actually means. And that's what we're going to look at. Sister Dachel, she says, your voice is so sweet. It's such a hearing. Your voice so sweet is such a hearing for sore ears in this horrible world. I understand. one of the things you and I must not forget, Sister Sister Dachel, as scripture tells us, right, that the afflictions we are facing, you know you're not alone. You have brethren in the world who are facing things too. Okay? And God Himself promises us that if we cast our cares upon Him, He cares for us. And He will certainly help us. He also shows us that basically the experiences we go through, I'll be back with my camera shortly, the experiences we go through are but for a time, you know, and they have a special purpose. That is to strengthen us and to settle us in the truth. The different trials that He allows to come our way. So, whatever it may be that brethren in different parts of the world may be facing, for you in Trinidad and Tobago, you may be facing impending war in your area that could seriously affect you, right? But it won't only affect you, it would affect the entire region. In fact, I was having a conversation with a young man who works in a company that deals with gas. And he was telling me, we were chatting, my husband and I, and we were talking about the practical implications of if Trinidad were to have run into problems with getting gas. And he reminded us right here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines that we buy gas from Trinidad. You see? So already you could imagine that if there was a situation in Trinidad and Tobago where you couldn't get gas or enough, we too would feel it in St. Vincent and the Grenadines because all our gas and so on, well, not all, but the majority, from what I understand, at least through the two major companies, come from there. So everybody would be affected in one way or the other. It is not that you are alone in terms of what you may face from whatever consequences of the actions of wicked men. Okay? On all sides, because all of them need justification. Maduro, Trump, all of them. It's not that you alone would be facing things. But as I tried to remind a sister recently, the important thing is how you bear it. I remember when we were going through Hurricane Beryl in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, we didn't know what to expect. I, for one, could not remember in my lifetime having ever faced a Category 5 hurricane. And so I really did not know what to expect. And you may think you're in a property that is good enough to hold you and to protect you. But alas, it is a Category 5 hurricane. That's no joke. That's no small issue. And I remember my constant prayer, personally, my constant prayer for myself to God was that no matter what happens, help me to keep the faith. If even I'm in this house, sitting down on the ground, huddled in a corner, and things are blasting through my windows and through my doors, help me to keep the faith. That was my prayer personally. Because I wanted to ensure that no matter what, I would be found in Christ. And I not knowing what to expect, I prayed like that throughout. I tried to show you all some of what was happening. In as much as our property, the roof has a certain kind of way it is made that it is held down and it didn't move. We had water coming through the windows. And when we heard a terrible big bang on the roof, we were worried because we wondered if something had fallen down onto the roof. Only to find out after that a smaller building in the same yard, the winds were so strong that it ripped up the galvanized off of the roof. And thank God, it flew. The wind carried it to a height because our house, the height of the house we're in, is higher than that lower house. It's like a sort of storeroom. But the galvanized came off of that, and instead of coming straight towards our house in that direction from the roof, which, if it had happened, it would have come through the window glass, would have been blasting. Instead of that, it came up off the roof, and the wind took it higher above our roof and carried it over the extent of the building. And the crashing sound we heard, which sounded like it may have hit on the rooftop, it actually crashed down into the yard over our apartment and the other apartment. So the wind carried it quite a distance. When we went outside and we surveyed after the hurricane, we saw not only galvanized, we saw long pieces of wood with nail in it and pieces of wood broken off as if they formed a spear on the ground. So imagine a piece of that came with the galvanized. Imagine a piece of that coming straight into the house with residents therein. I felt that Satan was trying to kill us. And I felt very grateful that God had actually spared us. So I say to you, the important thing is not so much the reality of the trial around you, but it is how you face the trial. And right now, a lot of us are being tested because you're facing disaster, you're facing impending doom and war that could come with all kinds of things. And many people are not facing it right because they're facing it with panic, with fear that is causing them to lose the faith in the heart. I'm not talking about you wanting to go out and buy up things and stock up. If you know me and if you were watching my Facebook page, 3 weeks ago, I, Sister Nisa, put up on my Facebook page telling people they must go and stock up food. Before I presented the first study dealing with the issue of war, before Sister Ashley and they talked about it, before Brother Medina mentioned it, I put up that because I saw what was coming. And I remember from previous experiences that we've had in Thusia, where it wasn't necessarily a war coming, but we saw certain developments in the United States of America with respect to food and shortages, etc. And we know the realities of our countries with imports and so on. I remember us being counseled by Brother Medina to stock up on food and so on. So it's a wise counsel. Nothing is wrong with it. And nothing is wrong if you go out and do that. But you and I should have known quite a while if we are paying attention to current events. I remember when I went outside and was looking for certain things, and I remember Brother Medina called me and for me to get certain things organized for him on the internet. I wasn't at home, so I was letting him know where I was. And I said, I'm in the supermarket, I'm looking for certain things. And he said, oh, you're stocking up. And I said, yes. And he said, great. And he wished me all the best. So there's no idea in Thusia that we will tell you not to stock up. None. That would not be wise. And especially when the situation C is clearly more imminent and most imminent. There's no idea that we would say, don't do as much as you can. And I'm telling you, more than 2 weeks ago, I put that out on my Facebook page. So I wasn't waiting for sudden action. I went and I did it. In fact, I still have remnants of things we had stocked up on. Perhaps Brother Calvert could probably bear me up, perhaps more than 2 years ago, perhaps just before COVID or just in COVID, because it was meant to be preserved for some years. But after, time passed and circumstances changed, we started to use from it. And so we needed to replenish. And so when I saw from afar what was coming, I said, time to stock up again. For me, it may also mean buying a third or fourth gas bottle because like I told you, we could be in serious problem with gas if Trinidad gets into trouble. So I'm saying you be realistic, you be practical. But the most important thing in it all is to keep the faith. And you see these studies that we have been getting. Look, Sister Sun Angel is bearing me on. She says, so true, sister, you did. Yeah. You see these studies we have been getting, brethren? And blessings of justification to you too, Sister Sun Angel. You see these studies that we have been getting? These are the kinds of things to keep your mind upon, to keep your peace. And preach them too, share them. Because the very people who you are facing, who are probably messaging you and sending you messages all the time and sending you videos all the time, etc., you need to be able to give them the truth as well for them to have peace if they will accept. So keeping your mind occupied in these truths and sharing them is very important as we face the uncertain times, as we face the impending doom. And I said to somebody again recently, if you can't face this right now, what will happen in the time of trouble to come? What will happen in the times that are going to be worse? Hello? Have you forgotten that we're told we need a faith that could endure weariness, hunger, and delay? You know what that means? It means that as saints of God who live in the time of the final end, last end, we will be hungry. We will be weary. And we will be dealing with delay, wishing that Christ could come and relieve us, and we have to wait. So if right now you're not even hungry, you're not even weary, you're just thinking about war coming, and you can't deal with that, or you're thinking about, oh, this terrible disaster in my country, and you can't deal with that with keeping your mind on the faith, what you will do in the time of hunger, in the time of weariness, in the time where you have to wait for Yahweh to bring the bread and the water, using the ravens or whatever, we have to learn now. And the best thing is learning to keep the mind abiding in the truths of Christ while we are hungry, while we are weary. Yesterday, just another part of a testimony here. Yesterday, Brother Calvert and I were, we were outside because, we both suffered recently deaths in our families. And those last 3 months were really trying because even before the deaths, there was sickness. And you had to be really busy up and down, taking care of, attending to, etc. From about the month of June, really, his mom went into the ICU, was there for a while. We thought we were going to lose her. And then by August, it was my father in the hospital. Even though she came out, she was in a very volatile situation, having to use oxygen at her bedside, etc. Then my dad went into the hospital in August. He lasted 1 week, died at the end of the week. And then we had to bury both of them because his mom died 9 days after my father. And so you could safely say from the month of about June right into September, the end of September was a very trying and busy period for us where those things are concerned. Right after the deaths, we had to be planning funerals. There was some delay because you have to wait for family to come in and things like that. And then both funerals took place in September, one on the 14th, one on the 28th. During those times, with all the business, and in addition to the fact that we encountered a terrible drought span. I don't know if you all remember, but there was a period where we had a weird drought in August right into September, which was very strange for us because normally we would have rains in September, especially. You expect August, seen as a summer month, to be hot. And so there was hardly any water, hardly any rain. And it affected our crops terribly because we try to plant where we can, plant food. And so in a way, that area got a bit held up and neglected in terms of the land, working the land or planting food. So after everything blew over, we decided, hey, and we see the rains are coming back, we say, we need to plant back food in the land, right, Sister Sun Angel? We say, we need to plant back food in the land. So Sister Sun Angel, yesterday, we went out, thank God. And, I got my seedlings. I have my friends who I buy organic seedlings, good seeds that they use from. And we went out, brethren, and we had to clean up because there was some, overgrowth of weeds and different things in our little beds. And we did a big portion of the work yesterday. We still have some more to do. And so we weeded out and everything. And we planted out patroy seedlings. We planted out 2 types of lettuce. We planted sweet peppers. We planted tomatoes. We planted cucumbers, all seedlings, some a bit more mature than some. We planted up back some, I like these mints, these basil and herbs, right? So we got a piece of coriander. We planted out some 2 types of basil, a green one, a purple one. I planted there's a mint plant called chocolate mint. I planted back that because I'd lost it. And these we use for teas, What else did we plant? I think that was about it for now. Cucumbers, tomatoes, sweet peppers, patroy. I love patroy. And 2 types of lettuce, the regular green one and another one that takes on a little purple in it as well. Coriander. We planted out green, the chive or saive, as we would call it as well. We planted out some saive. And my little chocolate mint. And I also got a little plant from my friend on Friday. It's called lemon balm. Oh my gosh, when you squeeze that leaf and you smell it, It smells even stronger than the lemongrass. And I love lemon and I love mint flavors. So I planted my lemon balm. And we did our work there in the sun. We put in our natural manure and things like that. And I was so thankful. I was saying, I'm so thankful that I could do this. I'm so grateful to God for the sun and the rain and the good soil and the way that we could actually plant food. Because there are many people in different places, they can't, right? Then we went to the other side of the house where we have a little portion of land that has some work to do. And even though we said, let's go over there and see what's happening. And when we went over there, some sugar cane that we had planted quite a while back, we finally were able to cut a piece of cane, sweet, nice sugar cane, right? We cut a piece from what is there because it has grown, time has passed and it has grown and we got it. We saw 3 pieces that we had planted. We have to watch that some more. We saw how the sorrel trees had grown up really tall and said, okay, we're going to get sorrel just now. And then we said, wait, we had planted cassava in the ground quite a number of months ago. And the thing with ground food, ground provision, I told Brother Calvert, it's like an investment, You put it there. You don't really have to do a whole lot to it. And then you leave it and time passes and so much may be happening. For example, like I said, we had to start over a lot of the crops because the dry weather and everything. But then there are these resilient crops that were in the ground all this time. And then the time comes and you realize, wait, we could go and dig them. And we were able to get cassava. Real nice, what they call butter stick or sweet cassava, Sister Bernadine. Sister Bernadine, you know what I'm talking about? Sister Tuzian just is telling me lemon balm is such a wonderful herb. You must send me some information about it, right, sis? Because I have a nice piece now and I intend to see it flourish. Right? And Sister Bernadine, I know you know about the cassava because I know it's one of your favorite things to plant. And we digged about 3 of the cassava plants and we got some cassava at the root. We got some, different sizes, but you can tell it was affected by the dryness, but you still got your cassava. And we were able to steam some to have as a part of our vegan lunch, our vegan health reform lunch. And I was saying, I could have just ate the cassava alone. It was so tasty. It was so... I think what made me enjoy it the most is the fact that here you have God providing for you. There's a hymn that says, we plow the fields and scatter the good seed on the land. Let me sing it for you. We plow the seeds and scatter the good seed on the land. But it is fed and watered by God's almighty hand. Right? So you do you put the seed in or you put the cassava plant in the roots and so on and you leave it. And it is fed and watered by the Creator, by God's almighty hand. And then in the end, the songwriter says in the chorus, all good gifts around us are sent from heaven above. Then thank the Lord, oh thank the Lord for all his love. And so you look and you see God has created this thing for us to eat. That if the port was shut down and I couldn't import some grain or whatever, I had it right there in the ground. I could eat, I could boil a piece of cassava or do something to get it cooked. You have your little coal pot outside. You get your little vehicle rim, and you put on the steel brother midan, right? And you make your coal pot. And you have your coals. We always keep coals as a backup if you don't have gas and so on. And you light it and you could roast your things. You could roast your sweet potato. You could roast whatever. And I am saying to you, brethren, there are people who are living in countries where they can't do that. They're living in some concrete jungle. They have to get approval. They can't burn things in the back of the yard. They can't do anything. They can't plant anything. And you and I are living in the Caribbean where we could at least something. You may have certain challenges, whether it be pests, etc., but you may find that there are certain things that come. But even if you can't fully, you can still make an effort in one way or the other, or you make efforts in other areas. And we are really grateful. Sister Karima, I tell you, I felt so nice. I was able to put some cassava there for Sister Karima too because we are neighbors. And so as we are passing over, we gave them some cassava. I tell you, while we're going through the bush, and I say bush because, like I said, there's some overgrowth and we have to do some cleaning. I am seeing these little flavor pepper trees, so resilient inside the bush, Sister Karima. And I was able to pick 2 little green flavor peppers and a little red one. Could you imagine I found a little red tomato after months? I said, well, if God could allow this, and he's still feeding the birds and everything, the mangoes are coming back. Have you noticed, Sister Karima? The grafted mangoes are coming back and the other mango there. We lost all the papa trees in Beryl last year. Last year, June, when we had Beryl. In the same area where we lost papa trees, 2 papa trees have sprung back up and they have fruit on them now. We were able to pick 2 that started turning. You have to be so grateful for everything. And you have to recognize that as simple as it may be, you could eat that. And you could survive off of that until you will actually have to face hunger too. Because that is coming for us. But just like God could show you the little tomato in the midst of everything, and the 2 little flavor peppers, he's going to provide for you. Amen? He is going to provide for you. And I say, praise God, I really do. And I can't wait for us to finish cleaning up the bigger area that we could put some more things back into the ground. Because I tell you, over time, it plays its role. In the uncertain times and the uncertain future, if you could get something, plant. If even certain things don't come, try with other things that may come. Plant a little fruit tree that may come in a year or something. Plant a little something that will grow. Get potted pots if you need to, and get the soil and put it in the pots and put it on your wall or something and put it inside there if you think other creatures are going to kill it in the actual outside in the land. Right? And then there are natural things you can use as pesticides. Natural pesticides, whether you crush up your garlic or you crush up your hot pepper and you dilute it in water and you spray to keep off the bugs on your tomatoes and your sweet peppers and things like that. There are natural things that you can use. Baking soda, vinegar, etc. Cayenne pepper to help to keep off the pests and to help to protect them. And so you get discipline, you get training, you learn patience, and you learn gratitude. Because I'm telling you, I was really grateful. Really, really grateful. My little coconut oil, natural coconut oil from home, and that cassava. I think I need to stop talking about food. So I know you all are rejoicing with me. Sister Karima is agreeing with me. She says if brethren do not have land to plant, they can plant in shopping bags or buckets. That's true. We tried English potato. I like English potato a lot. And we tried it in bags. Some came, but we have to try again and see where we could do better. Even the carrots. Sister Karima, you remember the carrots? We had put down some carrots. And because the place was so dry, carrots need a lot of water. And this was my second time trying carrots, and I had gotten carrots the first time. But this second time, with the bad dry period, we knew they wouldn't really come. But you know what shocked us and what we were able to appreciate when we went over and we checked? We still saw the carrot vegetation. It was still there. Now, this is way past the maturity period for this carrot, so we knew we weren't going to get any set of carrots. But do you know you could use the greens on the carrots? Did you know that? Yes. It has a kind of flavor and scent like parsley. So you could use the carrots greens, okay? The actual bush or herb on the top of the carrot. When you're pulling it, you pull that and then you have the carrot underneath. And you know what we found? And I was saying the seeds that we got from Sister Karima, I remember when I checked the package, I saw how good they were. These carrots, in as much as they did not develop because of the lack of water, they came plentiful. There was no carrot herb that we pulled and it didn't have a carrot at the end. None. All of them had a piece of carrot, but it was very, very small. Okay? And I remember I brushed off right there in the land and I ate. And that thing was so sweet. I say, you see this? So now we have the water. We're going to try again, right, Sister Karima? And we're going to get plenty carrots. Because I'm telling you, despite the dry weather, you should taste how sweet that carrot was. You tasted one last night, Sister Karima. And you should also see, if you were there with me, when I pulled, everybody had something at the bottom. So imagine if all of those had developed, that would have been a lot of carrots. And we only had planted like about 1, 2.5 of rows of carrots. So give yourself a chance, right? Give yourself a chance. And I am personally very encouraged. Sister Kelly, yeah. Sister Brittany said, yes, sis, I just feel nice eating Vinci food too. Yes, Sister Brittany, I know. I wish I could ship some cassava right now for Brother Medina and Sister Dell. We will see what could happen. You know? But the dry weather took its toll, but we were so grateful that we could have actually gone and found some, and we have the rest of the area to clear up. So the point is this. It is the Creator. It is the Creator who did all of that works. Even when you and I couldn't do anything, even when we didn't have water to go and wet, God was taking care of it. And we were able to get, as a result, food from the ground. I understand, Sister Carlu, I understand, right? But I know you get certain berries and so on that you pick right there in Sweden. You told me about it before, right? So we have to be grateful for whatever we can get by the grace of God. So that's my little testimony about that, to encourage you that it is not wrong to make efforts to stock up, to plant food where you can. It is not wrong at all. It does not mean you are panicking. But like I said, make sure that in everything you keep in your mind upon the faith of Christ, because that is the best thing you could do for yourself and for those around you. Share the truth. Occupy yourself in the sharing of the truth, right? As you hear the news and so on, learn the truths and share truths by God's grace. So Brother Medina's wonderful study. You see Sister Monifa there quiet. She have her little things over there too now. Her kale and her basil and things like that, right, Sister Monifa? Justification, then and now, what's Brother Medina's study. And we're going to look at it from the point of view of, as I showed you before, I took this phrase from a point in the study called, and this is the phrase, in the Bible, justification is justificreation. In the Bible, justification is justificreation. Right? Agreed, Brother Yakini, agreed. We can always do something to help ourselves. So, are you ready? Let's go over this study point by point. Let's consider the scriptures and be blessed. The study is intended to show that the meaning of justification in the Bible, the meaning of justified, the meaning, the depth of what God wants to convey to our hearts is that when he justifies us, he actually does a work of creating. Yes, the entire plan of salvation, the gospel of salvation, is about God's creating work in us. And that is justification. It is justification, and the maintenance thereof is sanctification, which is sanctificreation. And this is proven by just looking into the actual scriptures and seeing how they are used, put in line upon line and precept upon precept. In the beginning, that's where we start. Genesis chapter 1. Brother Medina shows us that when we put Genesis chapter 1, verse 1 and Genesis chapter 2, verses 4, 5, and 7 to 9, when we put these two scriptures together, we see that God created all things, and this God is Yahweh. So it is Yahweh God who is the creator of all things. Genesis chapter 1, verse 1. It says, quote, "In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth." So imagine all things in heaven and in earth. It is God who created from the beginning. In Genesis chapter 2, we're told who this God is. Genesis chapter 2, verses 4 and 5, and then verses 7 to 9. Quote, verse 4, "These are the generations of the heavens and of the earth when they were created." And we just read that, and we saw God did that. God created the things in the heaven and the earth. "These are the generations of the heavens and of the earth when they were created, in the day that Yahweh God made the earth and the heavens." So who was the God in beginning who created heavens and earth? It was Yahweh God who made the earth and the heavens. Look at verse 5. "And every plant of the field before it was in the earth, and every herb of the field before it grew. For Yahweh God had not caused it to rain upon the earth, and there was not a man to till the ground." So what would come forth despite no rain? Every herb, every plant was because of Yahweh creating. And like I told you, we had water shortage and like a kind of drought spell. And yet we were able to go and get cassava. God kept them. God protected them. God gave them what they needed. And yes, I know there are certain crops that are more resilient than others that can go for a long period without certain things. And then there are some too, if they get too much water, they'll spoil on you, right? But the point about it is this. It is God, the creator, who's responsible for creating even food from the ground and to maintain them. We do our parts. As the songwriter said, I mentioned it before. It's a hymn we used to sing in secondary school. Every time they had what they called harvest, this was the hymn. 561. I don't know if you've ever heard it, but it sings the praises of God as creator and the one who is ultimately responsible for the gifts that we have, even in the earth, right? "We plow the fields and scatter the good seed on the land, but it is fed and watered by God's almighty hand. He sends the snow in winter, the warmth to swell the grain, the breezes and the sunshine and soft refreshing rain. All good gifts around us are sent from heaven above. Then thank the Lord, oh thank the Lord for all his love. He only is the maker of all things near and far. He paints the wayside flower. He lights the evening star. The winds and waves obey him. By him the birds are fed. Much more to us, his children, he gives our daily bread. Sing with me. All good gifts around us are sent from heaven above. Then thank Yahweh, oh thank Yahweh for all his love. We thank thee then, O Father, for all things bright and good, the seed time and the harvest, our life, our health, our food. Accept the gifts we offer, for all thy love imparts, and what thou most desirest are humble, thankful hearts. All good gifts around us are sent from heaven above. Then thank Yahweh, oh thank Yahweh for all his love. So if God could provide the food, the physical things that you have need of, and he knows what they are, he knows the things that concern you, he watches over his children, he knows every hair on your head, and so on. He feeds his lily and the sparrow. He clothes the lily, he feeds his sparrow. Much more you. Then why can't you trust him to keep you in the spiritual creating that is justification and sanctification? Even justification and sanctification. So we are told that Yahweh God is who created all things in heaven and in earth. That would mean you and me. And we will see how man was created. Verse 7 to 9 of Genesis chapter 2 goes on to say, and Yahweh God formed man of the dust of the ground, you see. So we are one of the things he created in the earth. Yahweh God formed man of the dust of the ground and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living soul. And Yahweh God, again Yahweh God, planted a garden eastward in Eden, and there he put the man whom he had formed. And out of the ground made Yahweh God to grow every tree that is pleasant to the sight and good for food. The tree of life also in the midst of the garden, and the tree of knowledge of good and evil. So here we see clearly the God who created everything in heaven and in earth in beginning, the creator of all things, is Yahweh God. That is his name, Yahweh. Amen? Let's continue. This phrase, Yahweh God, identifying the creator, can be found in the Ten Commandments in the fourth clause thereof, the seventh-day Sabbath commandment. Exodus chapter 20, verses 8 to 11. Exodus chapter 20, verses 8 to 11. How often have we not said to you that here we see the fourth commandment and it shows us Yahweh, it shows us the name of God 3 times in the commandment. It shows he is God and it shows he's the creator. So Exodus chapter 20, verses 8 to 11, and it says this. Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. 6 days shalt thou labor and do all thy work, but the 7th day is the Sabbath of Yahweh thy God. In it, did you see that? But the 7th day is the Sabbath of Yahweh thy God. In it thou shalt not do any work, thou nor thy son, nor thy daughter, thy manservant, nor thy maidservant, nor thy cattle, nor thy stranger that is within thy gates. So we see here, so far, Yahweh God mentioned this first time in verse 10, showing us whose Sabbath it is. It is the Sabbath of Yahweh our God. It is he who is commanding us to remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. And he tells us that this involves not doing work on the 7th-day Sabbath, whereas we would do all our work in the first 6 days. And when we get to verse 11, he gives the reason why he commands us to remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. And he says in verse 11, for in 6 days Yahweh made heaven and earth. So there we see Yahweh, that is the name of the God who created. Yahweh made heaven and earth, the sea, and all that in them is, and rested the 7th day. Wherefore Yahweh blessed the Sabbath day and hallowed it. So the God who created the heaven and the earth and all that in them is, and the sea, he is Yahweh God, he's the creator, and he blessed the Sabbath day and hallowed it, set it apart for holy use, and he commands us to remember it, to keep it holy, do no works in it, rest. This is scripture. This is not of our own creation, our own making. This is reality. that Yahweh God created the heavens and the earth and all that in them is and the sea. He created us human beings in it. And this is in his 10 commandments, that we are to remember him as creator, Yahweh God, and that we are to keep his creator sign, which is the 7th-day Sabbath, which shows that he is the creator of heaven and earth, the sea, and all that in them is. We are to keep holy by resting on and doing no works in the 7th-day Sabbath, which is the sign that Yahweh God is the creator of all things. He's the creator of the created universe. Amen? This is what our Bibles teach us. Now, we are also told of the identity of this God. And we go to the New Testament for this to say that this Yahweh God is identified as the Word who was made flesh, which is Yeshua or Jesus Christ, Messiah. So we look at John chapter 1, verses 1 to 3 and 10 and 14. And then we go to the book of Colossians and Hebrews to see that point. That this Yahweh God who is creator, he is identified as the Word who was made flesh, which is Yeshua or Yahweh Savior, the Anointed One or the Messiah. This is Yahweh God in a temple of flesh. In John chapter 1, reading from verses 1 to 3 and then verses 10 and 14, it says, verse 1, in beginning was the Word, and the Word was toward God, pointing out God, right? That is what the real Greek word says. In beginning was the Word, and the Word was pointing out God. And God was the Word. So God is who the Word is. The Word is the same God who created in the beginning, which is Yahweh God. You understand? Remember we read in Genesis 1:1, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Now we are being told that God is the Word. The Word who was in beginning, pointing out God. God is identified as the Word. Let's learn more about the Word, who is God. Verse 2, the same, the Word, was in the beginning toward God, pointing out God. Verse 3, all things were made by him. That's the Word who was pointing out God. And who the God is. All things were made by him, and without him was not anything made that was made. That is a phrase of emphasis. A repeated phrase, but emphasizing the point. All things were made by the Word. We read before that God created all things. So the Word is God, or God is the Word. All things were made by him. And as if for repetition and emphasis, God repeats the same truth that all things was made by the Word by saying, and without him was not anything made that was made. So there's no question about where anything you could see that has been created, that has been made, there's no question about who did it. Because there's nothing or there's not anything that was made that he did not make. Because without him was not anything made that was made, the Word. So we are seeing here that the Yahweh God who created is actually the Word. He's identified as the Word. Now, who is this Word? Verse 10 and verse 14. He, the Word, was in the world. So the Word came into the world. He was in the world, and the world was made by him. Again, the world was created by the Word, and the world knew him not. They did not even know their own creator. Verse 14, and the Word was made flesh and dwelt among us. Who is that? You know who it is. And the Word was made flesh and dwelt among us, and we beheld his glory, the glory as of the only begotten of the Father, full of grace and truth. So the Word that made all things, that made the world, that came into the world, but the world didn't know him, the Word that was made flesh and dwelt among us human beings, he is the only begotten of the Father. That means he's the only begotten Son. So the Word that is God, who is the Yahweh God creator, is the Son of God. And he had the same glory that the Father, divine nature God had, because he is verily God in the role of a son. And he was full of grace and truth, showing that he had as his identity the principles of divinity. Grace, God is grace. Truth, God is truth. Did you see that? So who, after all, is our creator? Who, after all, is the Yahweh God creator? It is verily the Son of God, Yahshua, or Yahweh Savior, Jesus, the Messiah, Christ. He is the creator of all things. He is the Yahweh God in a temple of flesh. Beautiful truths that we are seeing here in these verses of scripture. Now, when we consider, and we're going to look at two more scriptures to prove this point, Colossians chapter 1 and then Hebrews chapter 1. When we consider this fact so emphatically made here, we then will have to ask ourselves, what kind of creating did he do? And you and I will see it wasn't only a physical creating, but he also did a spiritual creating, because one of the things in the earth that he created was man. And we will see how he created man. So we're going to Colossians chapter 1, and we are reading verses 14 to 17 to establish the same point, that the identity of the Yahweh God creator is Jesus Christ himself. Colossians, yes, chapter 1, verses 14 to 17. It says, now if you read from the verse before, you know it's speaking about the Son of God. Grace and peace to you, Sister Marva and Sister Trisha. Everybody, as you come in, please help us to share and tag, right? Share the live and tag persons. In verse 13, it refers to the Son. So we know when it starts in verse 14, in whom we have redemption through his blood, even the forgiveness of sins, we know it is talking about the Son. So verse 13 said, who hath delivered us from the power of darkness and hath translated us into the kingdom of his dear Son. The kingdom of his dear Son, in whom we have, so in the Son, we have redemption through his blood, even the forgiveness of sins. Who, the Son, who is the image of the invisible God, the firstborn of every creature. I remember, look, I have my other Bible here. You know, you go through different Bibles and sometimes you can't. It's so hard to give up one because you have so many things inside of it that you wrote down. I remember in this Bible here, if you look in my Bible here, you would find, is it this one? Let me see if it's this one. Right. You would see at the side it says, when talking about the firstborn of every creature or creation, you would see in my Bible it has preeminence, divine preeminence of Christ, right? So it would show you that the word firstborn there is not in the sense that he was created like us, but that he has preeminence of every creation. That is what it is actually saying. So we are being shown here that the Son, we get redemption through his blood, even the forgiveness of sins. Now, who could forgive sins but God? Remember that conversation between Christ and the Pharisees? They accused him because he said, this man forgiving sins, and nobody could forgive sins but God. And that's true. But that didn't mean Jesus wasn't God. And that was their problem. They rejected that he was God, the Son. But here we are told that in the Son, we have redemption through his blood, even the forgiveness of sins, which tells us that the Son is God, even the Word that became flesh or was made flesh. And we beheld his glory, which is the glory as of the only begotten of the Father, which means it's his Son. and he was full of grace and truth. So he was the Son, who was the Word, who was God, who was the creator of the world, and who had the glory of the divine Father nature, grace and truth, full of grace and truth. So he is God, the Son who is God. And here we are told that he, the Son, he forgives us of our sins, and he's identified as the image of the invisible God. So he is the expression, the character of the invisible God, the firstborn of every creation, or the one having divine preeminence over creation, over every creation, which means he's God. The only one who could have divine preeminence over every creation. He cannot be creation himself. He would have to be above creation. He would have to be God. Verse 16, for by him were all things created that are in heaven and that are in the earth, that would include us, visible and invisible, whether they be thrones or dominions or principalities or powers, all things were created by him and for him. And then verse 17 says, and he is before all things. That's why we are told in beginning was the word. He is before all things, and by him all things consist or are held together. So Jesus the Son, excuse me, the character of God, he's the creator of all things. All things were created by him, for him. He's before all things. He's not a thing. He's not a part of the things created, but he's the uncreated. And so we understand that Yahweh God, who is the creator, is identified as the Son of God, or Yahshua. Yahweh come in a temple of flesh to save us from our sins. He's verily the same Yahweh God creator. We go to Hebrews chapter 1. And it shows us the same thing in verses 8 to 12. Hebrews chapter 1, and I'm reading verses 8 to 12. What does it say? But unto the Son he saith. So this is who this is being said to. The Son. The Son. The character of the invisible God. The one who has preeminence over every creation. The one by whom all things are made, and for him all things are made. And he's before all things. Unto this Son this is what is being said. He's being called God. But unto the Son he saith, thy throne, O God. But unto the Son he saith, thy throne, O God. So the Son is being called God. But unto the Son he saith, thy throne, O God, is forever and ever. A scepter of righteousness is the scepter of thy kingdom. I often say, with plain scriptures like these, I often say to myself, with plain scriptures like these, people should not reject that the Son is God. What I could understand you asking is, how? How is he God? But it is very plain to see here that the Son is being called God. So you cannot deny it. The Son is being called the Word who was in the beginning, who created all things, and who was God. So you can't deny it. But tell me, you may not understand how he is God and Son at the same time. Tell me you may not understand that. And we could get somewhere, because then we could go through the scriptures and I could show you how. And I could show you the issue is not his flesh, but that God was in the Son. As the scripture tells us that God was in Christ, reconciling the world unto himself. And that in him dwelleth the fullness of the Godhead bodily. In the book of Colossians, we are told that. So you see, if you would be honest enough to just admit and acknowledge, even from these plain, simple, straight scriptures, that, hey, I'm seeing it. The Son is being called God. Then you have begun to get somewhere. But clearly we are told, but unto the Son he saith, thy throne, O God, is forever and ever. A scepter of righteousness is the scepter of thy kingdom. Thou hast loved righteousness and hated iniquity. Therefore God even thy God hath anointed thee with the oil of gladness above thy fellows. So God anointing the Son shows that the Son is the Messiah, the anointed one. He is the Christ, the anointed one, the one who was supposed to come with a purpose to save us from our sins. And so the Son of God is Messiah. The Son of God is Jesus. And she shall bring forth a son, and thou shalt call his name Jesus, or Yahshua, meaning Yahweh, Savior, for he shall save his people from their sins. The child would be called Emmanuel, which being interpreted is God with us. So Emmanuel, which is Jesus, is Yahweh, God with us, saving us from sin. And that's the Son. And we're told of him, he hates iniquity. We're told he's the Messiah that was anointed. Verse 10, and thou Yahweh. No, this is what is being told to him. Let me read again from verse 8. Observe carefully how the scripture is written. But unto the Son he saith, thy throne, O God, is forever and ever. A scepter of righteousness is the scepter of thy kingdom. Thou, referring to the Son who is God, thou hast loved righteousness and hated iniquity. Therefore God, even thy God, hath anointed thee, the Son who is God, with the oil of gladness above thy fellows. He's Messiah. What else is said to him? And thou, Yahweh, in the beginning, hast laid the foundation of the earth. Oh, so the same Son who is called Yahweh God, who is called God, thy throne, O God, to him it is also being said, and thou, Yahweh, in the beginning, has laid the foundation of the earth. So to the Son, he's being called Yahweh, and he's being told that you created from the beginning. Just as John 1 said, in the beginning was the Word. All things were made by him. And thou, Yahweh, in the beginning, this is being said to the Son, has laid the foundation of the earth, and the heavens are the works of thine hand. So he created the heavens and the earth. Jesus the Son is Yahweh God, the Creator, who made heavens and the earth. Verse 11, they shall perish, but thou remainest, and they all shall wax old as doth a garment, and as a vesture shalt thou fold them up, and they shall be changed, but thou art the same, and thy years shall not fail. Because you see, he's eternal God. In nature, he is the eternal God. That's why he cannot change. That's why he's the same. His years fail not. He changes not, as how these earthly and created elements can change. He does not perish. He lasts forever. He is Yahweh, who from the beginning created heavens and earth and all that in them is, and he is the Son. So Yahshua, or Jesus, the Son of God, is who is the same, or is who is identified as the same Yahweh God, creator of all things. That is what we are seeing. Isn't this wonderful? Indeed, a very clear scripture proving the divinity of the Messiah, or the divinity of the Son. Look at the next point. So he created all things, Sister Anissa. When we read the Sabbath commandment, we saw he is Yahweh God, our creator. One thing I like in the Sabbath commandment phrase, it says, for in 6 days, Yahweh made the heavens and the earth, the sea, and all that in them is. Okay. So when he had done that in 6 days and he rested on the seventh day, apart from the animals and the plants and all the other creation, what else was in them is man, humanity. He made Adam and Eve. So we must go now and see that in the beginning, before man had sinned, when he was created, that is humanity, he was created or made righteous. You have to take this into consideration. It is not just the body of Adam and Eve God created. It is not even just the breath of life he created in them. that they could come alive with consciousness and breathe and have heart and different organs pumping blood and working. It's not just that he created. He created all things. And when he created man, God specifically shows us that he created him. Hear me now. Both in his image and his likeness. The likeness is the form and shape, how he liked him to be. And we see that the Son, Jesus, had that same likeness, man. And we see that the Father, as Daniel saw him in Daniel chapter 7, had that same likeness, shape and form, with head and hands and feet and so on. But that is not the only thing God tells us when he tells us about his creating of mankind. He didn't only create him in his likeness, as in identifying the shape and form he had, how God liked him to be, but he created him in something called his image. And in creating him in his image, he's pointing us to something beyond the physical creation. He's pointing us to the fact that when he created all things in the beginning, including man in the earth, he created spiritual things too. He did a spiritual creating too. He did a spiritual making too. And that was when he created man in his image. Let's look at it. John chapter, we go back to we establish first how he was created upright, and then we will look at the image of God in man, right? I kind of jumped ahead there in all my excitement. But let's take it step by step how Brother Medina did it, and you will see the benefit of that. Go back to John chapter 1. So before we go to Genesis, go to John chapter 1 and verse 3. We reprove the fact that he created all things, right? So even before man sinned, in beginning when he was made or created, he was made righteous. He was made upright. So John chapter 1, and then we go to Ecclesiastes chapter 7. John 1. You see what is most pleasing and satisfying to me is to behold the things in the scriptures. To see that this is education that God guided us into just by perusing the scriptures and by the gift of his Holy Spirit upon the brother's mind. This is not something that we made up at all. This is what God wants us to see. John chapter 1 and verse 1. Verse 3. All things were made by him. Remember, that's the word who is the Son. All things were made by him, and without him was not anything made that was made. A very important, emphatic statement. So you could not leave out anything. So if you want to talk about the trees and the plants, yes, they were made by him. If you want to talk about the sea creatures, yes, they were made by him. If you want to talk about the creatures on the land, yes, they were made by him. If you want to talk about the creatures that fly in the sky, yes, they were made by him. You want to talk about the atmospheric heavenly bodies like the sun and the moon and the stars, yes, all things, right, in heaven and earth. But what about man? Man is in the earth. And man too was one of the things that were made by him. How was he made? Ecclesiastes chapter 7 and verse 29. Ecclesiastes chapter 7, verse 29. So you go Esther, Job, and Psalm, Proverbs, Ecclesiastes. Ecclesiastes chapter 7 and verse 29, it says, Lo, this only have I found, that God hath made man upright. You see that? Now you see that statement? God hath made man upright. That is saying two things, It is saying he made man, that is his physical creation, and he's saying he made man a certain way upright, and that is his spiritual creating there, because it points to morality and spirituality. Yes, my dear people. Lo, this only have I found, that God hath made man upright. But they have sought out many inventions. Because you see, you can have physical human beings in the earth. They were made physically by God, but they are seeking out evil inventions. They are not upright. So you need to see the two creating, the physical creating and the spiritual creating. Now, people walking about this place doing what they feel like, despisers of those that are good, envious, greedy, covetous, unthankful, disobedient to parents, truce breakers, doing all manner of wickedness in the earth. And God is the one who created them physically so they could experience the spiritual creating, but they are not doing that. So that is why eventually He will cut them off. But as long as you are alive physically, you have the opportunity to be spiritually created. This is what God wants to do to you, and that is what we are calling justification, as you will see. Don't rob yourself of just walking through the place and going about with some physical life in your body and lungs in your breath and blood in your veins, but you are dead spiritually. What sense does that make? You will be good for nothing, you'd be purposeless, and God will cut you off eventually, because all the wicked would be destroyed. But if you want to live forever, you must be in your physical created body, you must have the spiritual creating. Amen? So God had made man upright. That pointing to the fact that when He made man in the earth, as one of the things He made something called uprightness in him. That is a spiritual making. That is a spiritual creating. But they, man, have sought out many inventions. Let's look again. What does upright mean? Grace and peace, Brother Kelvin and Sister Kia. She says, to be made in the image of God is a create. Right, yes, it is a creating work. That's correct. Right? So, let's look at what it means to be upright. Because you're told God made man upright. Or we could say God created man upright. So you see that uprightness is a creating by God. It's a creative work He does. So what does that mean to say that God had made man or created man upright? We look at a series of scriptures. Psalm chapter 7 verses 10 and 11 together with Job chapter 1 verses 1 and 8. Psalm 140 and verse 13 and Isaiah 26 and verse 7. In Psalm chapter 7 verses 10 and 11, this is what we are told. My defense is of God, which saith the upright in heart. So the upright in heart will say, my defense is of God. But look how he is described as the upright in heart, the individual. So when God made man upright, notice first of all, the uprightness is in his heart or his mind. Right? It's not to say He made him standing up as opposed to sitting down. Because the same man who stands up can sit down and he's not in an upright position if he's sitting and maybe in a certain position. But the point is, the uprightness here we're talking about is that of the heart or mind. And then verse 11 tells us, by using interchangeably the phrase the upright with the righteous, we see from verse 11 that that is what upright means. So I read from 10 into 11 now. Pay attention, it says, my defense is of God, which saith the upright in heart. God judgeth the righteous, and God is angry with the wicked every day. So, God judges the righteous, who is the same, the upright, who has God as his defense. On the other hand, he's angry with the wicked every day. Don't mind if you feel upset and disgusted and you hate the wickedness that's taking place all around you every day. If God is angry with the wicked every day, you, a child of God, certainly must be angry, upset, disgusted also, sickened or nauseated too. It is natural that you would have that experience because you have God in your heart and you are seeing things the way God sees it. And if God is angry with the wicked every day, imagine your experience. It would be like that too. If you find pleasure in the wicked, something is wrong. It means that the vision of God is not in your heart. But here we are told clearly that the upright in heart is the same as the righteous. So what does it mean to say upright and to say God made man upright in the beginning? It is to say that he made man or he created man righteous. So he did a creating of righteousness in a man. That is what it means to say he made man upright. Go to Job chapter 1. We read verses 1 and 8, an example of this, a man who was upright. And you will see what it means. Job chapter 1, verses 1 and 8. This is what it says, and I quote, verse 1. There was a man in the land of Uz whose name was Job, and that man was perfect and upright, and one that feared God and eschewed evil, or he hated evil. You see, I told you, just as God hates, remember we read about his son, he hates iniquity, and remember we read God is angry with the wicked every day. Look at Job, who was a man of God, and he too hated evil. You see, I told you it's right there. He eschewed evil, he feared God, and he was described as upright, which is perfect. So upright means perfect. Upright means righteous, as we saw in Psalm chapter 7, verses 11 and 10 and 11. Upright means you will fear God. Upright means you will hate evil. These are all spiritual realities. The experience of being perfect in sin-freeness in the mind, the experience of hating evil, that's a moral thing. Hate is a moral issue in the mind. You hate the evil, you love the good. And fearing God, which is to revere or to reverence him, to respect him. These are all spiritual realities. So when God made man upright, he was doing a making or a spiritual creating of the man in uprightness, which is the same as righteousness, which is the same as perfection, which is the same as making him with a heart that hates evil and that fears God. Look at verse 8. And Yahweh said unto Satan, hast thou considered my servant Job, that there is none like him in the earth, a perfect and an upright man, one that feareth God and escheweth evil? Again, we see that upright means perfect. It means fearing or respecting, reverencing God. It means eschewing or hating evil. And we saw in Psalms that it means righteous. Look at Psalm chapter 140 and verse 13. Psalm chapter 140 and verse 13. What does it say? Again, look at how the phrase the righteous and the upright are used interchangeably. Psalm 139 and verse 13, Psalm 140 and verse 13 says, surely the righteous shall give thanks unto thy name. The upright shall dwell in thy presence. There's no difference between the righteous and the upright. Upright means righteous. Surely the righteous shall give thanks unto thy name. The upright shall dwell in thy presence. You dwell in his presence, giving thanks to his name. You are the upright, which means you are the righteous. Isaiah 26 and verse 7. Isaiah chapter 26 and verse 7. It tells us, the way of the just is uprightness. Thou most upright, that's Yahweh God, dost weigh the path of the just. Again, we are being shown what upright means. And here we are told it is the just. So we are told the way of the just is uprightness. So uprightness or being upright means just or right or righteous. And therefore, when God made man upright, he made him just or right. He made him righteous. He made him perfect. He made him sin-free. He made him hating evil. He made him fearing God. It should show you that the concept of man being made upright is a work of creating, a work of God's creating. He made or created him upright, which means he did a creating of the man righteous. He did a creating of him sin-free. He did a creating of him perfect. He did a creating of him with a heart that hates evil and fears God. This is what we are seeing here when we consider that of all the things in the earth that God, Yahweh God, who is his son, the Messiah, Jesus or Yahshua, made, we see it included a spiritual creating of human beings. In this case, Adam and Eve, in the beginning, before they sinned. That's the point. Let us see in Habakkuk. Turn to Habakkuk. So Habakkuk is one of the minor prophet books in the Old Testament, or the first witness, closer to the New Testament. You know, there's a Bible song that I learned, learning the books of the Bible in the first witness and the second witness, that if at all I ever think I forget where the book is, it's like my mind just quickly goes over the song and reminds me where it is or around where it is. So, for example, as I'm turning and I'm telling you Habakkuk, I'm remembering Habakkuk, Zephaniah, Haggai, Zechariah, Malachi. So I know it's somewhere around Zephaniah. You see what I'm talking about? It does it all the time because I learned it, all the books of the Old Testament, all the books of the New Testament. And the song is so catchy and easy that you remember the order of the books because of it. You know? So Habakkuk chapter 2, verse 4. What are we going to see here? We just saw that to be made upright, which is how God made man in beginning before he sinned, is a creating of him in uprightness, a creating of righteousness in him, a creating of him sin-free, perfect. The Bible shows this uprightness that man was made in or created in is justification. Habakkuk chapter 2 and verse 4. I deliberately said it like that because what it should tell you is why we say justification is justificreation. Because we were just talking about how God made man, how he created him. And we identified that he didn't only make him, we haven't looked at the scripture yet, but I said to you, he didn't only make him physically or create him physically. He didn't only do a physical creating, he also did a spiritual creating by the Bible telling us that he made him or created him upright. And now look and see that when a man is described as upright, he's described as justified by faith, as opposed to when he is described as not being upright. It is shown that he's not justified by faith. So it would mean, therefore, that justification is justificreation, because the making upright is justification. And that making upright is a creating upright. And if that is justification, then it means that the real meaning of justification is a justificreation. That's the point. Habakkuk chapter 2 and verse 4. Look at it. Look at it. Habakkuk chapter 2 and verse 4. Brother Sean, I see you. Welcome. Lovely to have you. And Sister Thuzy and Lashley, I didn't see you before, so I'm greeting you for the first time. And also Sister Gemma, always happy to see you, right? We were talking about some herbs this morning, right? Like the garlic, chive, and so on. Gemma King. Sister Gemma said, as believers, we all must hate all forms of evil. Absolutely. Absolutely. That is why God gave us Job as an example there. Not to say that he's our example in all things, Jesus is, but he pointed at him and he said, my servant Job, which is the same as a believer, right, Sister Gemma? And he said he was what? Perfect, upright, feared God, escheweth or hateth evil. So you're absolutely correct when you say that as believers of God, as servants of God, we must hate all forms of evil. Sister Kremer said, since God is the most upright, and that is his morality, and God made man upright, and that is man being righteous or sin-free, when God said, be ye holy as I am holy, it's well in place. It means we must be sin-free as God is sin-free, of course. And the point we are zooming in on here is that is a creating work of God. So let's look at Habakkuk chapter 2, verse 4. It says, behold, his soul, which is lifted up, is not upright in him. Now, we already saw God made or created man upright. We already saw uprightness is a creating, a spiritual creating of God. He made him so, he created him so. But here is a man whose soul is lifted up in him. He has pride, he has arrogance. He is not upright. So he doesn't have the spiritual creating of uprightness or righteousness or perfection, sin-free perfection. But look at the next word. So I read again. Behold, his soul which is lifted up is not upright in him, but So, but always suggests a change. But always suggests you're going to talk about something different. So if we're talking about one state here where the person is arrogant and proud, their soul is lifted up in them, and that means they're not upright, okay? Then I come and I say, but it means I'm going to show the opposite. It means I'm going to show somebody who is upright, who's not proud, who's not arrogant, who's humble, and who is upright. And that person is described as justified by faith. Let's look at it. Behold, his soul which is lifted up is not upright in him, but the just shall live by his faith. Do you remember in one of the scriptures we saw, I believe it was Psalm 104 or maybe Isaiah 26:7, we saw that another word for upright was just. Yes. And here we're being showed the one who is not upright, therefore he doesn't have the spiritual creating of righteousness in him, of just being just, of created perfect, created sin-free. He doesn't have that. But on the other hand, opposite to that, you have who? The just, which is the same upright, shall live by his faith. Well, how did he become just? He was justified. He was made just. That's why he is just and shall live by faith. This is what scripture tells us in Romans chapter 1 verse 16. In Hebrews also, Hebrews chapter 10, the last portion thereof. It shows us that the just shall live by faith. Why? Because the just man has been made justified or has been made just. He has been made upright, according to Habakkuk here. Upright equals just. Not upright means you're not just. That's why the just is put as opposite to the man who is not upright. And since being made upright is a creating work of God, then it means, and it's the same as being just, it means that being just is a creating work of God too. So the man who is upright or made upright or created upright is the man who is created just, which means he is justified. Which means the justification is really justification, because it is God's work of creating him just. Are you getting it? It is God's work of creating him right. Another word for just. It is God's work of creating him righteous. Another word for justified and just. And that is another way of saying he was made or created upright. And it is by this we know that justification in the Bible is justification. Because here we are being shown that the man who is not upright, it is because he doesn't have the making upright experience, the created upright experience. And opposite to that is the man who is made just by faith and lives by that faith. So being made just by faith, being made being created just by faith or being justified by faith is actually being justificated. Or justification is justification. And over, Brother Medina shows us by coupling scriptures, putting scriptures together over and over, Brother Medina shows us this wonderful point in this study. We could never exhaust it. I personally love it very much. In the beginning of this study, we saw earlier clock that creating work is done by the Creator. And it is in the 7-day Sabbath. So there's no way you could search from beginning to the end, considering how God first made man, considering the problem that came into the world, which is sin and sinning, concerning the solution he gave of the provision of the plan of salvation away from sin and sinning, concerning the final analysis where he's going to come to reap those who are in sin-freeness. From beginning to the end, you will see that the issue is making man upright. The issue is creating you upright. The issue, therefore, is justification and the maintenance thereof, which is sanctification. And if you don't have that, whose sign is the 7-day Sabbath, you don't have the gospel. You cannot be saved. You have no gospel to preach to anybody. And people cannot benefit from any kind of service you could put out there. This is the thing that people need to come to see. That is why the very final message includes calling people to worship the Creator. The first angel's message, which is in the third, worship Him, God, the Creator, who made the heavens and the earth, the sea and the fountains of waters. That is the God of the 7-day Sabbath, which is Yahweh God, which is identified as the Son of God or Yahshua Messiah. And you're pointed to His creative acts in the earth. And you in the earth, He creates spiritually when He saves you, or when He justifies you, or justificates you. So down to the final gospel, that is what we have to show people. It is a beautiful truth that lays the glory of man in the dust and forever and only exalts Yahweh as God, as the God alone that He is. So let's move on. Upright is created by justification, because to be made or created upright is to be made justified or justificated. So when man was created, I think this is where we're going back to Genesis now. So when man was created, his moral and spiritual state, I'm reading Brother Medina's point here. When man was created, his moral and spiritual state was also created upright. It was created sin-free. Thus, man was declared to be very good. And again, I want you to look at the scriptures carefully. Genesis 1, 26, 27, 31. You see, I know Brother Medina has said this before, and I have proven it. And what I'm talking about is, he would often say to us sometimes, you read that too fast, or read it again, right? Slow down. And all of us could take that counsel, right? You're giving a study, he come and he give quotations, he gives statements. Read it and read it again. Take your time and read it. Because you might read it fast and you might miss the real focus, the real emphasis. Sometimes you need to read it more than once to get it. And I know sometimes you might be trying to finish up, or you're rushing, you're watching time, but it doesn't make sense. Take your time and read it properly, because watch. I experienced this. You're reading the very scriptures. I'm telling you, I went over this study. And when I went over this study, not the first time, I'm just expressing myself. When I went over this study, I saw so much more things in it than I even saw on Sabbath. And part of it is involved with just taking the time to go over the scriptures. Obviously, in a setting where you're limited by time, maybe you have 3 hours or something, and then you have to take into consideration different factors, whether it is people's attention span, or you might have interruptions with questions, etc., and so on. You may not get a chance to focus as much on the verse, etc. But the point is, when you're going it over and you're looking at it and you're really considering the words, 2 things I promise you will find. You will find, obviously, more truths and more truths all the time once you're going over scriptures. But another thing you'd come to appreciate more as well is that Brother Medina's words are not for show and waste. I use a phrase in my email tagline for years now. The very words and the very framing of the sentences, they are pregnant with truth that are derived from it, that they're pulled out from the very meaning, the revelation of the verses of scripture that he has selected, obviously under the Holy Spirit. And you see that. You see that when you're genuinely going through, with prayer and the Holy Spirit upon your mind and you're going over, you actually see that. So let me just read the point again. Thus, when man was created, this is in the beginning, before he sinned. When man was created, his moral and spiritual state were also created upright. It was created sin-free. So he wasn't only created physically with the breath of life in his nostrils and the dust of the earth forming the body and things like that. He wasn't only created physically, but he was also, his moral and spiritual state was also created upright It was created sin-free. Thus, man was declared to be, quote from the scripture, very good. So when you hear God saying very good, you think he's just talking about what he's seeing and it looks aesthetically pleasing? Yes, he made it. It looks aesthetically pleasing. David says he was fearfully and wonderfully made, right? And God did a good work. We look humanity, in the best we could get in a sinful world. It's a beautiful created body, well proportioned and everything, and so on and so forth. But that very good didn't only mean the aesthetics. Good is about morality. Good is about morality. You see? So it means that there was a moral creating too. And then it comes and it tells us in the image of God and in the likeness. So not just the likeness of the physical, but in the image, which our systematic theology will show us, it means he had God in him. That is spiritual. God is spirit. You understand? This is very important for us to appreciate when we are going through the scriptures. So let's look at it. Genesis 1, 26, 27, 31. Verse 26. And God said, let us make man in our image after our likeness. So it's two things we are told there. And God said, let us make man in our image after our likeness. And let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over the cattle, and over all the earth, and over every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth. So God created man in his own image. In the image of God created he him, male and female created he them. Now I wonder if you notice something. Do you notice the translators use made and created interchangeably? Verse 26, and God said, let us make man in our image after our likeness. Verse 27, so God created man in his own image. In the image of God created he him, male and female created he them. So we understand that when we are told made, it is what? Created. God said, let us make man in our image. When he did it, the scripture says God created man in his own image. So the making is a creating. And watch. Remember we learned, lo, this only have I found, that God had made man upright. But he had sought out many inventions. So the making upright was actually a creating upright. Would you agree with me? This is what God wants us to see in the scriptures. When God made man upright, he actually created him upright. God's making of man upright was God creating him upright. Get that clear. And that is explained for us as creating him in his own image. Because to create him in his likeness is to create him how he liked him to look, which is with the form and features of humanity that we have. Head, neck, shoulder, arms, fingers, 10 fingers, 10 toes, you will see the shape and form of a woman, the female, you see the shape and form of a man, you see how it complements each other, etc. He made us after his likeness. He created us after his likeness. But what about in his image? That's not a physical thing. That's not a physical thing. We read in Colossians chapter 1 that Jesus, his son, is the image of the invisible God. If God is invisible, his image cannot be but invisible. If God is invisible, and he is spirit, and spirit hath neither flesh nor bones, and invisible means he cannot be seen, then the image of the invisible God is invisible. And I'm talking about the fact that it was not the physical body, the physical hands and fingers and toes and face of Jesus that was God. But it was his character, his divine character is the expression of the divine nature God that was in him as his identity. So that the image of God is actually God himself in the man. And we are told that Adam and Eve were created or made in the image of God. That is a spiritual making. It means that in Adam, in his mind, and in Eve, in her mind, God himself dwelt from the beginning. We are not talking about after they sinned and repented and was made justified. We are talking about before sin. They were made with the consciousness of God in them, the image of God in them. That is what it means to say God created man in his own image, or God made man in his image. He made him with God himself, revelation thereof, in his mind through the plan of dominion. The plan of dominion. Look at verse 31. What did God call that? The physical creating and the spiritual creating. What did he call that? Verse 31. And God saw everything that he had made. That would mean man and woman too. And God saw everything that he had made or created, and behold, it was very good. And the evening and the morning were the sixth day. And that was when Adam and Eve were created, on the sixth day, just before the Sabbath. So when God looks at Adam and Eve, made or created in his likeness, with the shape and form he liked, he wanted, made or created in his image, which is to say, having the spiritual image of God in him, he called it very good, or moral. So that the making of man upright in the beginning before he sinned was actually a moral and spiritual creating also. This is the point that we are learning from the scriptures. There was never a time when humanity was sin-free, and it wasn't by creating. And it wasn't by God's creating. There was never a time, because from beginning when he made him sin-free, it was by his creating, because he said, let us make man or create man in our image. And then when he did it, he said, so God created man in his image. So the moral and spiritual creating of man in the image of God, which is his sinfulness, from beginning, before any sin stepped into the earth, was always a creating. You see, we come after sin, and we have to learn it from the point of needing justification. But from the beginning, it was spoken of as a creating. Because you don't read justification here, but you read he was created in God's image. So the sinfulness that he was given from the beginning, the righteousness, the perfection, the uprightness with which God made man from the beginning was a creating. This is what we are seeing. God always wanted us to see it so. So now we come and we learn in his salvation in the context of sin having entered the earth. We have to go back and see it was always a creating, and that justification, that thing that Luther came to rediscover as the just shall live by faith, he must come and see. We must come and see. That is the creating in God's image that he did from the beginning. It was always a creating. It is justification. This is what our Bibles are teaching us, my dear people. Here, David, and I played it. Create in me a clean heart, O God, and renew a right spirit within me. Create in me a clean heart, O God, and renew a right spirit within me. Imagine David and all prayed, create in me, because that is what is needed. It's a creating. You see? Let's continue. So when Adam sinned, man lost the spiritually created state. Okay? So next time you see God saying of man in the earth, his creation was very good, you make sure you think it was physical creating and moral and spiritual creating. Okay? So when Adam sinned, man lost his spiritually created state or his sanctified created state. Thus he needed justification. Thus he needed justification, Brother Medina said. Let me read it again. Since we saw from within the verse of scripture itself, Genesis 1, 25, 26, 27, 31. Since we saw that the original creating of man was moral and spiritual in the image of God or having God in him before he sinned, it would mean that when he sinned, he lost the spiritually created state or his sanctification state. Now, why would Brother Medina say here he lost his sanctified created state? You can't say he lost his justified created state in the sense that, remember, we are dealing with before he sinned. And before he sinned, he had not sinned. So he wasn't like coming from a point like us who all have sinned and we have to get justified. When Adam and Eve were created in the beginning, there was no sin. They were not coming from a point of having fallen into sin and needing to be brought up from sin or be justified from sin. They were simply coming from origin, from a point of origin as created sin-free. So we could call that sanctified created, because sanctified, you must remember, sanctify, it means holy, right? To be made holy or to be set apart. But the original meaning, to be made holy, from the Latin sanctificare, right? Holy, and the fi, to make. So watch, when God made Adam and Eve in the beginning, before any sin, he created them sanctified or holy. So when they would rise to consciousness, when they would become conscious for the first time, they'd have God in them, the image of God, holy. No false gods there. They don't know anything about false gods. They don't know anything about sinning. Okay? They've never done it. They're not rising from a fall into it or anything like that. So they were created in a spiritually created state or a sanctified created state. But when they sinned now and lost that spiritually created state or that sanctified created state, that state of holiness that they were created in, when they sinned and lost that, thus they now need what? Justification. Or they need to be created anew by being made righteous or made just from the fall of the unjust, being made righteous from the experience of unrighteousness that has now come in because they have sinned. So you need to get it clear. You need to get it clear. Let's look at two scriptures. 1 Corinthians chapter 15. 1 Corinthians chapter 15, 21 and 22. And Romans 5, 19, 17 and 18, in that order. 1 Corinthians chapter 15, verses 21 and 22. Excuse me. Right, so 1 Corinthians 15, 21 and 22, and then we will read Romans chapter 5, 19, 17 and 18. Right, so Brother Middon says, amen, it's always a creating. That's the point. Right. Sister Kalu said, so then, Having the faith in your mind is so good. When Yahweh God sees his faith in our minds. Yes. Right? Yes. All is correct, Sister Kalu. The faith is what he's justified by, Galatians 2:16. So then it must be to live by the same faith, Hebrews 10:38. Yes. And I hope you saw also that even before man needed to be justified by faith because sin came in, before that, when he had never ever sinned before, he was also created sin-free, which is what we will call sanctificated. He was created holy. He was created in holiness, in perfection, in sin-freeness. Even before any first need to be justified. Because we're talking about even the state of man before sin. And we are saying that God has always, it has always been the reality of man being sin-free and holy from beginning was always by the creating work of God. This is very important to understand. So in 1 Corinthians 15:21 and 22, this is what it says. I quote, "For since by man came death," so we're talking about when man lost his sanctified state. "Since by man came death, by man came also the resurrection of the dead." So observe, when Adam sinned, it was through his sin, man, that came upon the world, that came upon him, that came upon his wife, that came upon their descendants. By man came also the resurrection of the dead. Of course, that man there who would bring the resurrection of the dead would be Jesus. Look at verse 22. "For as in Adam all die, even so in Christ shall all be made alive." So think now. Yes, Christ resurrects us physically if we die in Christ. In the first resurrection, we will come up. In the special resurrection, we will come up. And we will be changed. But this is more than that. This is talking about the spiritual resurrection, which is a spiritual creating. Because look what it goes on to say. We read again, verse 21 and 22. "For since by man came death, by man came also the resurrection of the dead." Think about it, right? When Adam sinned, did he physically die at the same time? No. He spiritually died. Same thing with Eve. The children were born, Cain and Abel, Seth, etc. They were all born in sin. Did they die physically? No. I'm talking about the same time. As if to say, okay, well, in the first place, if Adam and Eve had died the same time when they sinned, there would be no descendants from them. But the issue here is that through his one sin, he died spiritually. And those born from him, they are born spiritually dead, born without God, born without the Spirit of God in them, born in sin, as the Bible said, and shapen towards iniquity. And we're told also that by man came also the resurrection of the dead. And then it explains in verse 22, "For as in Adam all die, even spiritually," and we know they die physically too eventually, but we're not all dead in the world, and we all came from Adam. We're not dead, I'm alive, you're alive, right? But we were born spiritually dead. And it says, "And as in Adam all die, even so in Christ shall all be made alive." Because any who will come and accept the truth of Christ, even though they were all dead spiritually, any who will come and accept the truth of Jesus Christ and become justified or justificated, they shall all be made alive spiritually. And notice that making of that one man who came and performs the resurrection of the dead, that making there, in Christ shall all be made alive. That's the creating. So you're spiritually created alive unto God, as Romans chapter 6 tells us. It's a spiritual creating. Now look at Romans 5 and you will see that that making alive, that spiritual creating of making alive is justification. Romans chapter 5 verses 19, 17, and 18. Look at it carefully. In Romans chapter 5, reading from verse 19 first, and then we go up, it says, and I quote verse 19, "For For as by one man's disobedience, right? For as by one man's disobedience, many were made sinners. So you see, by influence, okay? For as by one man's disobedience, many were made sinners, so by the obedience of one shall many be made righteous. Again, Christ, the obedience of one, by his influence, by his testimony, by the truths he leaves us that we could walk in his steps, following his example, we could have repentance, believing of his truths, and be made righteous, which is creating righteous. So when he makes us alive, he makes us righteous. When he creates us alive spiritually, he creates us righteous. What is that called? What is that making alive? What is that making righteous that Christ does for us? Verse 17 and then verse 18. Verse 17. Let me just read back 19. For as by one man's disobedience many were made sinners, so by the obedience of one shall many be made righteous. That's created righteous. Verse 17. For if by one man's offense death reigned by one, much more they which receive abundance of grace and of the gift of righteousness shall reign in life by one, Jesus Christ. So, through the grace of God, mercy, kindness, loving, goodness of God, we receive the gift of righteousness. Notice it says, much more they which receive abundance of grace and of the gift of righteousness shall reign in life, you're made alive spiritually, by one, Jesus Christ. So, made righteous or created righteous is the same as receiving the gift of righteousness. Obviously, God gives it to you. You receive it. Receiving the gift of righteousness. Look at verse 18. Therefore, as by the offense of one, judgment came upon all men to condemnation, even so, by the righteousness of one, the free gift came upon all men unto justification of life. What you are seeing here in these three verses, together with the one we read in Corinthians, 1 Corinthians 15, 21 and 22, is a contrast. You see in the influence of Adam's sin upon the human race, you see in the influence of Jesus upon us, his righteousness, his obedience. And what we are seeing is that Jesus makes us alive or creates us alive spiritually, and that is likened unto making us righteous, verse 19 of Romans 5, made righteous by one, by the obedience of one, shall many be made righteous. So made alive or created alive spiritually is the same as made or created righteous, is the same as giving us the gift of righteousness that we reign in life, so spiritual life, by the one, Jesus Christ. And that is the same as the free gift came upon all men unto justification of life. So the whole thing of justification, of the free gift of justification coming upon you, is what? Made righteous. You're receiving the gift of righteousness, which is made alive. So it is all about creating. The free gift of justification of life coming on you or unto you is the same as you being created righteous. You being created alive in Christ Jesus. You're receiving the gift of righteousness. So it shows us that justification is actually a justification. That is what it shows. Because you are actually, what is being done to you is that righteousness is being created in you, meaning you are created righteous. God makes you over, if I should put it that way. This is after the fall. God creates you righteous. He creates you in righteousness, the free gift of righteousness. He makes you righteous. And that is called receiving the gift of justification. It tells you if the free gift of justification is what receiving the gift of righteousness is, and that gift of righteousness that you receive is you being made righteous, then it means that justification is a making. Justification is being made righteous or being created righteous. Therefore, it is justificreation. That is what the Bible is telling us, my dear people. Clearly. And we are very grateful to God for that. Because we need to go back to how it was in the beginning. We need to go back to how it was in the beginning before sin. And it was always a creating. It was always a creating. That is what we saw. God created man upright. God created him in his own image. God created him in a moral, spiritual state of sin-freeness or sanctification. Thank you, God. And thank you, Brother Medina, for showing this. Sister Bernadine said, Adam and Eve just had to maintain their sin-freeness because they were created that way. Whereas justification is a change, which they didn't need because they were created without sin. Justification came in after they chose to sin, yes. And since, Sister Bernadine, that they were created originally without sin, that means they were just created holy, which is sanctificreated. It means they were just created holy, which is sanctificreated. And it means that after the sin, then they now need justification. Since what they lost was their sanctification, then the justification they need after sin is a justification. You see it? Amen. Let me just check something here on my screen because I'm getting a notification about my camera battery, which is kind of strange. But just give me a few. Let me address it, please. Right? Please, please, please. Okay, thank you for your patience. I'm just sorting out something with my camera battery life, just to be careful because it is indicating to me that the camera could, and I'm trying to happen, right? So just not. Okay. Okay, so we should be fine now. By God's grace, let us pray that it will be so. I am right back here with you. And I know Sister Bernadine got it. Sister Amy says, Sister Amy, creating is a work of God and not of us. And salvation is of God. Justification really puts man's glory in the dust and shows God to be the Savior or man's help, the only justifier. Amen. You know, one of the things that came to my mind when I was going over this study and considering, what God showed Brother Medina, I was remembering a certain meditation I had one morning traveling in the car. I actually shared some of it with Brother Calvert, but it's where my mind was being taken. I guess it's because of how I learn, in a lot to do with language and linguistics. And I was considering Romans chapter 4. And I was considering the phrases, it was reckoned unto him, it was imputed unto him, it was accounted. And I was thinking of the fact that in all the phrases that the writers chose to use, they chose a certain grammar structure that in every sense and every time emphasizes the fact that it is up to the individual. It is not the righteousness was imputed unto him. It was accounted unto him. He was reckoned. I apologize for the little switching with the mic. Hopefully it settles down. And when you, as a language expert, when you consider that, you have to consider that the structure is showing that there is a subject and then there is one outside of the subject who is doing something to the subject, right? That's why it is saying imputed to him, accounted to him, reckoned to him. And even just the phrase, the participle, reckoned, imputed, counted, it will always show that the thing is not coming from within you. You are not doing the reckoning to yourself. You're not doing the imputation to yourself. You're not doing the accounting to yourself. But it's being done to you. And that in itself, it was bringing to my mind how in every way you talk about it, you have to see that it is an act of God. It is a work of God. And here we are. It came back to my mind in meditation I was having because as I listened to this study from Brother Medina, I am hearing that in every way we are seeing the power of God. We are seeing the creating of God. We are seeing all glory to God and not man. And you know, the very way the translators wrote shows that. And I was grateful to recognize that these are the things that are sealing us off against sin, because the more we see that we are nothing, we can't do nothing, we can't save ourselves, we need God constantly, continually imputing righteousness to us, and so on, then the more we would go to the feet of the cross, as it were, humble ourselves and let him make us sin free. And this is what we are supposed to be doing. Of the story. Now look at some ways in which scriptures are put together in the Bible to show that justification is justificreation. Justification is justificreation. I do apologize for the little ins and outs of the mic. I don't have any control right now, but I can see on my screen whenever it changes. Right now, it seems to be fine. So we'll continue and see what happens. Go with me to Matthew chapter. There it is. Okay. So, Matthew chapter 23, and then Acts chapter 8 and Psalm 51. We're going to look at scriptures henceforth, which when put together reveal to us that justification is justificreation. In different ways, we will see it. We start off with this point. In the Bible, justification is justificreation. The new man must have a new heart first, which is a creation of Yahweh God. So the new heart is a creation of Yahweh God. You remember in the beginning we saw a scripture that showed us that man was upright in the heart? Yes. So if God, when he made man morally and spiritually upright, in the image of God. Remember, the image of God, or God himself, was not in his feet. Even in the perfect symmetry of Adam's body before sin, God wasn't in the feet. He was in his heart or mind. So the uprightness was in his heart. And when he lost it from within his heart. That's why the Bible tells us they become void in their minds and they don't have the knowledge of God within their minds. So when after man lost the sanctified state, or the spiritually and morally sin-free state, the created spiritually and morally sin-free state, in justificating him, God must first give him a new heart, because that's where the problem took place. So the solution must go there. God must first give him a new heart, and that new heart is a creating of Yahweh God. The gift of that new heart is God doing a work of creation. Matthew chapter 23, verse 25 and 26 first. It says, I quote verse 25, "Woe unto you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites! For ye make clean the outside of the cup and of the platter, but within they are full of extortion and excess. Thou blind Pharisee, cleanse first that which is within the cup and platter, that the outside of them may be clean also." So we see the problem here. The hypocrites give an appearance of cleanness or cleanliness on the outside, but inside it's corrupt and filthy and dirty. The heart is still old, the old man, you know. And the answer Christ gives is that the making clean needs to be done of the inside first. Cleanse first that which is within. But it is a making. But you see, the hypocrites try to do their own making. They try to do their own creating, and the most they could achieve is an appearance on the outside, which does not reflect what's really going on inside. Because you may clean the outside of the cup and the platter, but within, they're full of extortion and excess. And it is hypocrisy, because what is outside is not a true reflection of what is inside. It is a pretense. If you remove the garments from the outside and you look inside, you would see. So the issue is, when you try to make yourself righteous, when you try to do your own creating, you fail, because you're not creator with the creator, neither spiritually nor physically. You can't make your own self clean. But you do need a making clean. But that making clean, or that creating clean, has to happen inside first. And you will see where that comes from. It is through God's act of justification, which is the forgiveness of sins. So he says, cleanse first that which is within the cup and platter, that the outside of them may be clean also. So you need a clean, you need a making clean. You need to be made clean or created clean, but it has to happen inside first. And who does that? Acts chapter 8 and verse 22. Acts chapter 8 and verse 22. Here's what Christ was actually telling them to do. He was actually telling them, go and ask for forgiveness. Because you can't make yourself clean in your heart. You can't create yourself clean within. Acts chapter 8 and verse 22. We could read verse 21 for context. It says, "Thou hast neither part nor lot in this matter, for thy heart is not right in the sight of God." So the heart is not right. That's why he says, cleanse first that which is within. That's the heart. If the heart is not right, remember what we've covered so far. It means the heart is not upright, not so. It means the heart has not been created upright. The heart has not been created perfect, sin-free, upright, right? So it means that this person is lacking the spiritual creating. They are lacking the very good, the moral creating in the heart. They are lacking that. The heart is not right. Verse 22, here's how you get the cleanse first, that which is within. Here's how you get the making of the heart clean within. "Repent, therefore, of this thy wickedness, and pray God, if perhaps the thought of thine heart may be forgiven thee." You see how you get it? You repent of your wickedness and you pray to God to forgive you of the thought of your heart. In other words, the new heart, the clean heart, The created clean heart is something that God has to do for you by forgiving you of the thoughts of your heart when you fulfill the right condition of repenting thereof. This is so very important. This is showing you plainly that you cannot save yourself. You cannot give yourself a new heart. The giving of the new heart, the giving of the cleansing, the creating of the clean heart within is a work that God does. It is his creating. Look at Psalm chapter 51, verses 10 and 11. Remember, only God could forgive sins. Only by his creating. It means that even the forgiveness of sins is a creating work of God. The non-imputation of sins and the imputation of faith for righteousness. So Psalm 51, here's our song, verse 10 and 11. Psalm chapter 51, verses 10 and 11. Create in me a clean heart, O God, and renew a right spirit or experience within me. So the heart in you, the heart is in you. Don't study to be washing off the clothes outside. It's in you that needs to be dealt with. Create in me a clean heart. You see that? Create in me a clean heart. So that shows the creating is subjective. We studied that in this church before. Subjective justification. How about that, brethren? Subjective justification, Brother Medina. Subjective sanctification. Create in me a clean heart, O God. That's the prayer. That's the prayer. That's the prayer you have to pray. Repent of your wickedness and pray, God, if perhaps the thought of thy heart be forgiven thee. Hear the prayer from David. Create in me a clean heart, O God, and renew a right spirit within me. So you pray, create in me. You're praying for the creating. You're praying for the subjective creating. You're acknowledging that is inside of you that is corrupt. You're praying for the creating subjectively or in you of a clean heart. So you're acknowledging that you can't give yourself the clean heart. The clean heart that you're given is a work of God's creating in you. And renew a right spirit within me. So with the new heart in you created by God, the spirit or the experience of the man, which is the reality of his consciousness, thoughts, emotions, everything together, your whole experience, right? The experience of the man is afterwards or is at the same time renewed. It's made right. Because the experience is governed by the state of the heart or the mind. So if your thoughts are right and cleaned, if your thoughts are created clean, then your feelings would be clean, and together your experience would be right. Why does it say renew? Only from the perspective of the fact that it was old in sin because of the reality of sin that had come in, right? So and you never were like that from the beginning. From the beginning, you were created sin-free, sanctification, made holy. And your justification, which is the creating of a clean heart in you, a work of creating by God, giving you a new heart, it is a renewal because it is taking you back to how man was originally. So it is taking you back to the state that you were in the beginning. It's like you're saying, God, renew me, restore me to how I was before, restore me to how you intended me to be from beginning, like how Adam and Eve were before they sinned. And Sister White shows that too. She shows that that is how we have to be, like how they had obedience without a flaw in the beginning. That is how we have to be now. So it is a renewing in that sense, right? Create in me a clean heart, O God, and renew a right spirit within me. Verse 11, cast me not away from thy presence and take not thy Holy Spirit from me. So again, look at the creating work of God. Look at the words. Create in me a clean heart, O God. If he has to do it in you, it means you are not doing it. Create in me. You're telling God, create in me a clean heart, O God. So the clean heart, the new heart of the new man is a function of God's creating. Is a result of God's creating. It is God's creating. And you're praying again, and renew a right spirit within me. So he is doing the creating work of renewing a right spirit in you. Cast me not away from thy presence. So God is doing the work of no longer casting you away from his presence, not imputing sin unto you. And you're saying to him again in prayer, and take not thy Holy Spirit from me. So the work of creating the reality of you having the Holy Spirit within you, you're asking him to give it to you, you're asking him to take it not from you. The very language shows that God is doing the work, that God is doing the act, and it is an act of creating. Who but God could first give you his Holy Spirit and then not take it from you? Who but God could not impute sin to you, not cast you away from his presence? Who but God could renew a right experience within you? He who first gave the right experience in the beginning, in sanctification. Who but God could create in you a clean heart? Who but him who first gave man, made him with a clean heart in sanctification in the beginning? So you're simply asking God to do the work of creating in you. Now here, you who have sinned, I who have sinned, we are asking God to do the work of creating in us now after sin, which he had originally done before sin. It's just mean it's coming from a context of bringing us up out of the fall. Whereas before, Adam and Eve, before they sinned, had not fallen before they sinned, right? So it really is a justification. It really is a justification. Here again, justification is identified as justification. Let's look again. It is God creating anew the heart or spiritual experience. God creating it anew. We look at 2 Corinthians chapter 5 and verse 17, 2 Corinthians 5:17, together with Ezekiel 36, 25 to 27. I had a certain experience when I was reading Ezekiel 36 this morning. I'd never had that experience before. It's like I'm reading it, and it's like God is making my imagination imagine it like an operation. Because the way how the scripture breaks it down and shows, he takes out this and he puts in that and then he puts in this and and I'm thinking of like a surgeon doing an operation on an individual. And I say, this is something else. This is wonderful. It's God's creating, That is what was happening to my mind this morning when I was reading Ezekiel 36. So we go to 2 Corinthians chapter 5 and verse 17. 2 Corinthians chapter 5 and verse 17. Thank God for the mind. Thank God for the ability to imagine even holy spiritual things. 2 Corinthians chapter 5 and verse 17. So what do we have here? Let's look at the fact that justification is justification by God creating anew the heart or the spiritual experience. What does it say? Therefore, if any man be in Christ, he is a new creation. And that's the word from the original Greek, a new creation. That's what he is when he is in Christ. Old things are passed away. Behold, all things are become new. So the new creation is a new man. And he is new in all things. I remember once I did a study and I did a word study of this verse and I saw that the all things there become new was speaking about morality. The dictionary definitions was actually telling you it was moral issues, morality. So we are told here that the newness that is created in the new creation, the man in Christ, is actually morality, created new in morality. And all things, look at verse 18 now, that's not here, but we're going to read it because I want to make a point. And all things are of God, who hath reconciled us to himself by Jesus Christ and hath given to us the ministry of reconciliation. So here we are told that, in case you still didn't get it, the new creation is a work that is done by God. If any man be in Christ, he's a new creation. How did that come about? Well, the new creation has all things new, morally speaking. And the old things are passed away, but all things in his morality are become new. Who's responsible for the all things created new in the man? And all things are of God. He's the source of it, you see. Who hath reconciled us to himself, you see? The reconciliation itself is a creating. He reconciles us to himself when he justifies creates us and gives us a ministry of reconciliation. But it is in the reconciling or the justification, which continues right down to the investigative judgment. So it takes in sanctification. It is in the reconciling that all things are become new, that the new creation comes to life and continues to be shown, because, as you develop in the faith of Jesus Christ in sanctification, you behold the growth of the individual, and you see how in sanctification the old things are being purged off, and they're dropping off, right? As you develop and as you mature and you, as the scripture says, grow in grace and in the knowledge of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. So the all things are of God because it's his creating. That's the point. The new creation that the man in Christ is described as, first of all, he's described as a new creation. That means his existence, his identity is one of a creating. But this is spiritual, because we're talking about moral things that are, old things are gone from him, the old morality, and the new morality comes in. But who did that? Who causes that? All things are of God. So it would mean that God, the creator, was creating him spiritually and is responsible for him being a new creation with all things new morally. So we see justification is justification. Look at Ezekiel chapter 6. And you will see it plainly talks about the new creation, having a new heart, a new experience. Ezekiel chapter 36. And we are reading verses 25 to 27. Ezekiel chapter 36, 25 to 27. What does it say? It says, yes, sister, Amy, God performing the hospital work before the court work. Right? So the creating work must come before the declaration work. You see? The creating work must come before the declaration work. Because you cannot declare something to be what it is not. So if justification was a declaration, it would mean that it hides or it doesn't need God's creating. Because the fact that he's just declaring you righteous, it means that you are already righteous to begin with. And by implication, that would mean that since you could only be righteous by a creating, then by implication, it would mean either you were already created righteous of your own strength, or somebody else or something else made you righteous of your own strength, like your works. So you're going to be attributing the creating righteous work of God to creation, you yourself or something else, and pushing God out of his rightful place as the only one who could do the creating. And then you're making God sanction sin, because he is now declaring righteous that which was already righteous by its own strength, by its own works. That is making God a sinner. That is making God say righteousness is by works. The creating righteousness is by works. Justification is by works. So there must be the creating work before the declaration. Amen? Must be the creating before the declaring. So if you go to Ezekiel chapter 36, wow. And we read from verse 25 to 27, this is what we will find. Then will I sprinkle clean water upon you, and ye shall be clean. From all your filthiness and from all your idols will I cleanse you. So think about the operation of God. We know it is a spiritual work, right? Unseen, really. But again, look, it is God sprinkling the clean water on you. And it is by his sprinkling that your cleansing is caused. So it is his creating work. Then will I sprinkle, that's God, clean water upon you, and ye shall be clean. From all your filthiness and from all your idols will I, that's God, cleanse you. So it is his creating. A new heart also will I give you. Again, God's gift of righteousness, God's gift of a new heart. And a new spirit will I put within you. Again, his gift, his doing, his creating. And I will take away the stony heart out of your flesh. So he takes away the stony heart. Think about the exchanges and the operation going on here. He takes away the stony heart or mind out of your flesh, and I will give you in exchange an heart of flesh or a soft heart. And I will put my spirit within you. So God puts his Holy Spirit into you. Could you imagine that? He puts his spirit in you. That is God's work of creating. Don't you remember Galatians chapter 3 and verse 14? When speaking about justification, it tells us that we receive the promise of the Spirit through the faith. But Galatians 4:6 tells us it is God who sends forth the Spirit of his Son into your heart. So when he puts his spirit into you, it is he doing a creating work of sending forth the Spirit into your heart. And then that does something to you, making you a child of God. You cry, Abba, Father. That is what the Bible tells us. It is God's creating work. Here is what Sister Kim, who is on our YouTube channel, said to us. I'm now seeing your comments, Kim. Not sure how long you made it. I just switched to YouTube. She said, grace and peace at Outreach through Zion. When I listened to the topic today, that is the verse that was placed upon my heart. So apparently she listened to the study today. When I listened to the topic today, that is the verse that was placed upon my heart. Create in me a clean heart, O God, and renew a right spirit within me. And she said, physical and spiritual justification. Okay. Well, he really does wash our brain, eh? Washes that brain of all kind of wrong thoughts. But, it's a spiritual thing because you really can't see thoughts. But he does a justification, indeed, a spiritual justification. And she said, a work only the Creator can do, whereby man subjects himself willingly unto, because unwilling hearts cannot be renewed or created if not surrendered. Isn't that wonderful? That is Sister Kim Hunley, who is from St. Vincent but living in Canada. And look at that wonderful contribution she made. She has been studying with us for a couple months now, I would say. If you're still there, you could confirm. She found us, I think it was on YouTube. And she goes through the studies. I would send her the manuscripts. And you hear that what she said? She said, a work only the Creator can do, whereby man subjects himself willingly unto, because unwilling hearts cannot be renewed or recreated if not surrendered. You got that right. No insincere heart would be able to have that creating work done in him by God if he's not surrendered as you showed. Okay? So amen. Sister Kim, glad you see it, right? Amen. Praise God. The truth is spreading. People are learning. Sister Karima says, in the beginning, before sin, God declared that man, in the beginning, before sin, God declared that man very good. That means sin-free. But God cannot declare man righteous before he created the man anew. Right? And even in the beginning, Sister Karima, when he declared him very good, it is because he had created him sin-free. So the rule is still the same even from the beginning before man sinned. Because when he pronounced and he saw that it was very good, verse 31, he had already in verse 26 and 27 made, the Bible says, God said, let us make man in our image. And then verse 27 says, so God created man in his own image. In the image of God created he them, male and female created he them. So God had already done the creating work of the man morally and spiritually sin-free, which is to say, he created him sanctified, or he sanctified created him. And it is after that he said, It was very good. He declared it. So even before the first sin, he has to create first and then declare. Not just with us. And God formed man from the dust of the earth. He breathed the breath of life into man, and man became a living soul. Where's the image of God? He could call that very good if you don't have the image of God. Where's the morality? He gave it to him first. He created in him first, and then he said, very good. You see? So the rule is the same. Because the man didn't make himself sin-free. The man didn't give himself the image of God in him. The man didn't make himself upright from the beginning. God did the creating work. And then he could say, very good. And it's the same as you said with us. When we now have to be justified created, it has to be he must create us spiritually first, righteous, after God, in righteousness and true holiness. And then he declares in the investigative judgment, if we keep our justification in sanctification, he declares us in the investigative judgment, righteous still, holy still, sin-free still. Beautiful. Thank you, God, for showing us these things, that we could have hope. So back in Ezekiel 36, 25 to 27, we see plainly that it is a God creating. He sprinkles the clean water. He removes the filthiness and the idols. He cleanses us. He gives us a new heart in us. He gives us a new spirit within us. He takes away the stony heart out of the flesh. He gives us a new heart in the flesh. He gives us an heart of flesh. And verse 27 says, and I will put my spirit within you and cause you to walk in my statutes, and you shall keep my judgments and do them. So everywhere you are seeing God's creating, he is giving, he is putting, he's removing, he's putting again, right? And you're also even seeing the idea that we saw in Romans 5 of the gift, because he says, I will give you this, and I will give you a new heart, and I will give you my spirit, right? And I will give you an heart of flesh. So you're seeing the gift, which is the creating of God. Amen. It is justification. Look again. 1 Peter 4, 18 and 19. 1 Peter 4, 18 and 19. This will show us how God is our sanctificator to help for the judgment, what we were just discussing. God is our sanctificator to help for the judgment. 1 Peter chapter 4, verses 18 and 19. I had a nice meditation on this scripture this morning. It was sorrowful in my mind because of what I was thinking about, but it's the truth. 1 Peter 4, 18 and 19. Let me read from verse 17 to show you the feature here is the judgment. Verse 17. For the time is come that judgment must begin at the house of God. And if it first begin at us, what shall the end be of them that obey not the gospel of God? And if the righteous scarcely be saved, and that's in the judgment, where shall the ungodly and the sinner appear? Now, Psalm chapter 1 and verse 5 plainly tells us that the ungodly shall not stand in the judgment, nor the sinners in the congregation of the righteous. What I loved about the passage is that it is telling me, look, judgment begins at the house of God. And that is where it began indeed in 1844. God began to judge his servants, his prophets, his saints, according to Revelation chapter 11, 18 and 19. He began to judge us from October the 22nd, 1844. That's when the cleansing work of the sanctuary began at the end of the 2300 years. According to the prophecy of Daniel chapter 8, verses 13 and 14. And we are told here, the time is come. So judgment has a certain time. That judgment must begin at the house of God. And if it first begin at us, what shall be the end of them that obey not the gospel of God? So you're not obeying the gospel, and that tells us the gospel has things in it to be obeyed. It shows that it has law in the gospel. No law, no gospel. You don't want the law, you don't want the Sabbath, but you're calling yourself a Christian and claiming you have gospel. Well, if you don't have the gospel that could be obeyed, which means it has the law in it of the 10 Commandments, which means it has the 7-day Sabbath in it, because you can't keep 9 and leave out 1, you have to keep all, because if you break 1, you're guilty of all, then you don't have the gospel. And if you obey not the gospel because you obey not the Sabbath, which is obeying all the law by faith, and judgment begins with us in the house of God, what shall be your end? Who not obeying the law in the gospel? And then he asks the question the same way, and the same question in another way. And if the righteous scarcely be saved, because that is where the righteous are saved, in the judgment that begins with us. And if the righteous scarcely be saved, where shall the ungodly and the sinner appear? Don't you know the Bible says that deception will be so rampant in the earth in the last days that if it were possible, even the very elect would be deceived? If it were possible? Well, if it's so hard, if it's so trying and testing for the people who are in the house of God, for the people who know the faith, that the righteous scarcely be saved, how do you who obey not the gospel, how do you who remain a sinner and ungodly because you don't want the gospel, how do you expect to appear in that judgment? No law, no gospel. No Sabbath. With the law, no gospel. Therefore, no obedience of the gospel. Therefore, no godliness. Therefore, no sin-freeness. You're disobedient of the gospel. You're ungodly. You're a sinner. And you cannot appear or stand in the judgment. This is the facts. So those of us who by God's grace are in the house of God, because we've accepted the gospel of the law. Those of us who are in the house of God, those of us who have been justificated into law keeping, as Romans chapter 3 verses 28, 30 and 31 show. How should we be? Seeing as the righteous is scarcely saved, how should we be careful to be? Verse 19, wherefore, let him that suffer according to the will of God commit the keeping of their souls to him in well-doing as unto a faithful creator. How should we be? Keep your justification. Commit the keeping of your soul to him in well-doing, which means you must what? Keep in well-doing. Keep in well-doing. That is keeping sin-free. That is keeping perfect. That is keeping upright. That is keeping righteous. Commit to that. And you're committing it to him because he is able to keep you from falling. He is called a faithful creator. This means that the keeping of your soul in well-doing is a creating. This means that the keeping or the maintaining of the soul in well-doing, which is sanctification, is a sanctification. That is what the Bible is showing us. And so, God is our sanctificator, faithful creator, to keep our souls in well-doing. God is our sanctificator to help us to stand in the judgment. And we need it because the righteous are scarcely saved. Christ asked the question in the Gospels. He said, when the Son of Man cometh, will he find faith in the earth? We are shown in Revelation is 144,000. Only 144,000 will remain alive, righteous. Of course, there'll be many, many martyrs before them. And in total, there'll be a great multitude of the saved from all ages. But in the final time, it's so bad. The deceptions, the wickedness, it's so evil that only 144,000 alive out of what, 7 billion? Only 144,000 alive, saved. We need to commit the keeping of our souls unto God in well-doing. As unto a faithful creator, we need to keep in well-doing by the sanctificator, by his help, by his sanctification. Notice it says, commit the keeping of your soul. So you have to do something, and he is a faithful creator keeping you. So it shows that it is synergistic. You and him together. You commit yourself, your soul. You commit to him the keeping of your soul. He is able to keep you, Jude says, in well-doing. Sanctification. Amen. All these scriptures are so beautiful. The thought that made me sorrowful was to see that you have some people, they see persons have gone before them, even in death. They see that they profess the law. They see that they profess the Sabbath. They see that they had the assurance of salvation in the judgment because they died with the Sabbath truth, because they died with systematic theology. But they somehow think they could be saved with that same person and those same persons in the judgment while they're keeping Sunday, while they're transgressing, while they're still ungodly and sinner, and they cannot appear in the judgment like that, while they do not have the obedience of the gospel. That is what made me sad. Because the scriptures are plain and it ain't changing for nobody. We are told that, and we're coming down to the end of our study, of course, we're told that Yahweh God, our Redeemer, Yahweh God, our Redeemer, is our Creator, the everlasting God, our Holy One. I loved these. I loved the scripture exercises continuing here that Brother Medina took us through as well. I thoroughly enjoyed Brother Medina going over this study, and I pray a special blessing upon me, dear Father. Please seal me. I loved it. I enjoyed myself. I was satisfied. The truth was juicy and enjoyable. And I was so grateful to see how God works for me to save me. And I thank him. Looking at the creating of God in justification made me have more gratitude. Made me have more gratitude for the fact that what I could never do for myself, born how I was, grew up how I was, exposed to what I was exposed to, what I could never do for myself, God, the Creator, made a way for me. I am thankful for that. And you should be too. So, let's look at Isaiah 40 and verse 28 together with Isaiah 43 verses 14 and 15. Here we will see that Yahweh God, our Redeemer, is our Creator, the everlasting God or Holy One. So you will observe in these matching of scriptures going forward, you'll observe the concepts of showing that when God is talking about being Redeemer, Savior, and so on, he uses Creator, for example, so that we understand that the work of saving us is actually a creating work. And then it comes back to the New Testament to show us the word justified is used, so that justification is justificreation. That is sort of the sense you get when you merge these scriptures in these points going forward in a large way. So Isaiah chapter 40, verse 28, and then Isaiah 43, 14 and 15. Right? Sister Bonolo, I see you here, and lovely to see you. I know you have been telling a lot of people about the truth because I sometimes get messages from them. I just got a recent one from somebody else in Botswana, and when I asked, how did you get my number? They said, Bonolo, right? But we really have to pray for these people because sometimes there's so many limitations, whether it be with phone use, internet use, or even just language barrier. And we have to pray for God to help us to reach them. And sometimes too, Sister Bonolo, some of the people do not follow up, right? But it is good that they seek to make contact, and it shows me you are spreading what you know, right? Person actually said to me, if I recall well, this was just recently, the person said, Bonolo told me about Bible study, something like that, you know? So Sister Bonolo has been doing her missionary work, brethren. Right? She has been telling others. Right. Okay, here it is. The person said, right, Let Lanang Rale Sulto from Botswana. Greetings, madam. So when I inquired how they got my number, I took it from Sister Bonolo Tisaune Monakwane. Do you know her? And I said, yes. And I asked them, what made you take my number from her? And they said, she taught us about studying Bible. And it's a sister, a female, and she promised to talk to me more, right? And their main language is Setswana. So I remember when I was asking certain things, she didn't understand. So I remembered that, and I said, what's your language again? And she said Setswana. So Sister Bonolo, she said that you taught her Bible study. So keep it up, right, my dear sister in Botswana? And pray that God will make ways for us, because I know you yourself, in the beginning, we started off, we did a few studies on the phone, and then her phone went bad. That's why sometimes you don't see her, because she doesn't have all that she needs when it comes to communication. But when she can, she will make sure she's on this study. And we are grateful for that. And there she is telling others to contact me. That was just the latest one. But she has sent others my way before as well. Sister Bonolo, keep it up. Isaiah chapter 40, verse 28. What does it say? Hast thou not known? Hast thou not heard that the everlasting God, Yahweh the creator of the ends of the earth, fainteth not, neither is weary? There is no searching of his understanding. So we are told that the everlasting God is Yahweh, the creator of the ends of the earth. And then in Isaiah chapter 43, verses 14 and 15, Isaiah 43, 14 and 15, it says, Thus saith Yahweh your Redeemer, the Holy One of Israel. So we just read Yahweh the Creator. The everlasting God, Yahweh, the creator of the ends of the earth. He doesn't faint, he doesn't get weary. And now we are reading Yahweh your Redeemer, the Holy One of Israel. For your sake I have sent to Babylon and have brought down all their nobles and the Chaldeans whose cry is in the ships. So Yahweh, our creator, is Yahweh, our Redeemer. It would mean, therefore, that his redemptive work is a creative work. Let's go on to verse 15 of Isaiah 43. Verse 15 now. I am Yahweh, your Holy One, the Creator of Israel, your King. So your Redeemer, Yahweh, is your Creator, Yahweh. It means that redeeming is a work of creating also. He didn't just create you physically, he also does the work of redeeming you, which is a creating work, as we will see as we go on. We go to Galatians chapter 6, verses 15 and 16, read it together with Isaiah 57, verse 19, and Romans chapter 5 and verse 1. And the point here, we just read, he is the creator of Israel. Redeemer, creator, Holy One, creator of Israel. So that's why I said it's not just physically creating you. Because why would he just single out creator of Israel? Did he not create Trinidad? Did he not create St. Vincent? Of course. But he's not talking about physical creating. He's the creator of Israel, who is the same Redeemer. And you will see that that means he creates the spiritual Israel, which is a spiritual creating. Galatians 6, 15 and 16. Right? Galatians 6, 15 and 16. What does it say? Quote, remember he said he's the creator of Israel and he's Redeemer. For in Christ Jesus, neither circumcision availeth anything, nor uncircumcision, but a new creation. So in Christ Jesus, what avails something? A new creation. Now we had already read that if any man be in Christ, he's a new creation. Old things are passed away, the old morality. all things are become new, the new morality, and all things are of God. So by God's creating, you have the new creation, and the new things in him is a spiritual creating, because it's morality, which is a spiritual thing. So now we are being told here that is what avails something. You being a new creation. And that new creation is called Israel. Verse 16. And as many as walk according to this rule, peace be on them, and mercy, and upon the Israel of God. So I'm going to read the two verses into each other. Watch. Galatians 6:15 and 16. For in Christ Jesus, neither circumcision availeth anything, nor uncircumcision, but a new creation. And as many as walk according to this rule, the rule of the new creation, peace be on them, and mercy, and upon the Israel of God. So the many who walk according to the rule of being a new creation, they are the Israel of God. Peace and mercy be upon them. But God shows that the Israel is done by creating, because we read in Isaiah 43, he is the creator of Israel. But Israel is a spiritual concept. Israel is those who walk according to the rule of the new creation. So the new creation of Israel, which is spiritual Israel, is done by the creating of the creator of Israel, which is the redeemer. Yahweh, God, the everlasting God. Did you see that? This is what we are learning here. Isaiah 57 and verse 19. Isaiah 57 and verse 19. What does it say? I create the fruit of the lips. Peace. Peace to him that is far off, and to him that is near, saith Yahweh, and I will heal him. Isn't that beautiful? To as many as walk according to this rule, being a new creation in Christ, Messiah, peace be upon them, and mercy be upon them, and upon the Israel of God. So who makes you the new creation in Christ? Makes you the Israel of God. Making peace in you. Who is doing that? I create the fruit of the lips. Peace, peace to him that is far off and to him that is near, saith Yahweh, and I will heal him. So Yahweh God, when he creates Israel, he creates peace in him. That's why he says peace be upon him and mercy and upon the Israel of God. Because he's the new creation in Christ our Messiah. And when you are justified by faith of Christ our Messiah, you have peace. Romans 5:1. So the justification, Romans 5:1, the justification is in fact giving you peace, which is peace that he creates, which is peace upon the Israel of God, for whom he is the creator of Israel, which means justification giving you peace is actually justification. Romans 5 and verse 1. Romans 5 and verse 1. I create the fruit of the lips. Peace, peace. Yahweh creates peace in us. He creates the new creation upon whom peace is, the Israel of God. Romans 5:1 says, therefore being justified by faith, we have peace with God through our Lord Jesus Christ. That is the same Israel, that peace is upon him. The Israel of God that is created by God. He says, I create Israel, or the creator of Israel. And this is the same Israel who walks according to the rule of the new creation in Christ. You see why you could never be saved without believing that Jesus is the Messiah or Christ? Because it is through his faith, being justified by faith, we have peace with God through our Yahweh Jesus Christ, our Yahweh Yahshua Messiah. So it is through the faith of Christ, it is in Christ that you become the new creation, or the Israel of God, who has peace upon him, which God creates. And so justification by faith of Jesus Christ, which gives us peace with God, is actually God creating you, giving you peace. God creating you as the new creation in Christ, upon whom is peace, mercy, You are the Israel of God. This is what the Bible teaches us, that justification is actually justificreation. Yes, of course, Sister Carlu. Psalm 73 and verse 1 tells us who the Israel of God is. God is good to Israel, even to such as are of a clean heart. And remember, Psalm 51, verse 10 and 11 showed us that clean heart is a creating. So if we put Sister Carlu's text, Psalm 73, 1, and Psalm 51, 10 and 11, which we saw before, together, what we get is Israel, who is of a clean heart or pure heart, is actually a creating of Yahweh. Because the clean heart is created in him, creating me a clean heart, oh God. So the existence of spiritual Israel is a work of God's creating, which is God's justificating. Amen? Amen. Now look again. We're going now to Isaiah 65 and verse 18. Isaiah 65 and verse 18. Romans 14, 17. And Romans 3, 22 and 28. To see that creating is justificreating. Simple point. Creating is justificreating. Isaiah 65 and verse 18. Brother Calvert says, justification is indeed subjective. I know he was listening in between while he is out. Isaiah 65 and verse 18. One moment, please. So in Isaiah 65 and verse 18, this is what it says. But be ye glad and rejoice forever in that which I create. For behold, I create Jerusalem a rejoicing, and her people a joy. I sang this morning, rejoice ye pure in heart. No, I sang the other one, rejoice, the Lord is King. Right? Lift up your heart, lift up your voice, rejoice again. I say rejoice. So the saint has the experience of rejoicing. Now, yes, there is another hymn, rejoice ye pure in heart. Here is God saying that he creates Jerusalem a rejoicing. Is that the place? No, because he says, and her people a joy. So the real issue is the people that make up Jerusalem. He creates them a rejoicing. He creates them a joy. And he says, be glad and rejoice forever. Does that mean you will always be grinning and smiling and, I don't know, having a high-pitched voice or something? No. You could be solemn, but you still have the joy of the Holy Spirit. You still have the rejoicing of the assurance, the psychological rest, the peace. You have true contentment and happiness in that. Okay? And here we are told, be glad and rejoice forever in that which I create. So you see what your joy is in? In that which he creates. What does he create? In you, a clean heart. What does he create? A new creation in Christ Jesus, the Israel of God. What does he create? Behold, I create Jerusalem a rejoicing, and her people a joy. Now let's see what is the joy he creates in us. Romans 14 and verse 17. Romans 14 and verse 17. Quote, for the kingdom of God is not meat and drink. For the kingdom of God is not meat and drink, but righteousness and peace and joy in the Holy Spirit. So when he creates Jerusalem a rejoicing and her people a joy, imagine he's creating a people a joy. Yes, because he creates in them the joy of the Holy Spirit, which really is the gift of the Spirit in you. That's at justification. Galatians 3, 7 to 9 and verse 14. Galatians 4 and verse 6. It's a creating. Justification is justificreation. I was saying I have to make over some songs. Creating is justificreating. So when God creates Jerusalem and her people a joy, he's actually creating the work in them of putting the Holy Spirit in them. So they have the joy in the Holy Spirit. They have righteousness and peace, which work is actually justification or justificreation. Look at Romans chapter 3, verses 22 and 28. Romans 3, 22 and 28. Remember what we saw. He creates Jerusalem a rejoicing. He creates his people a joy. And this creating work of Jerusalem or his people a joy is seen in when they come a part of his kingdom as heirs, because righteousness, peace, and joy in the Holy Spirit is given to them. That's a creating work in them. And what is that called? It's called justification. I just want to, let me see if this is what I wanted to add. Yes, Romans 3, 22 and 28. Romans 3:22 says, even the righteousness of God, which is by faith of Jesus Christ. So righteousness, peace, joy in the Holy Spirit. The kingdom of God is that. The people of God is his kingdom. The kingdom of God is within you. Remember Christ said that? Jerusalem is created a rejoicing. The people created a joy. Righteousness, peace, joy in the people of the kingdom, joy of the Holy Spirit. How did they get the righteousness? Even the righteousness of God, which is by faith of Jesus Christ, into all, so subjective, and upon all them that believe, for there is no difference. Look at verse 28. Therefore, we conclude that a man is justified by faith without or apart from the deeds of the law. So how did they get the righteousness of God, which is by faith of Jesus Christ? When God justified them by faith. But remember, the righteousness, peace, and joy in the Holy Spirit is where he created Jerusalem a rejoicing. He created his people a joy. So it would mean, therefore, that since it is true justification by faith that you get the righteousness of God in you, and that is how you are made up, that is how you come a part of his kingdom as an heir of the kingdom with righteousness and peace and joy in the Holy Spirit, it will mean, therefore, that that justification that gives you the righteousness, brings you into the kingdom, is the same as him creating Jerusalem a rejoicing, him creating his people a joy, so that the justification there is justification, or the creating is the justificreating. This is what we are seeing here from the actual scriptures. All you have to do, pray and ask God to show you. Concentrate, go in a quiet place, sit down with the manuscript and your Bible and be quiet and read the scriptures, read them over and over, put them together, read over the point, look for the point in the scriptures, and you will see how they are put together. You will see that the points are not wasted words. You will see that the very words in the points are derived from the truth that comes out of the pages of scripture by revelation of the Holy Spirit. And we need to learn to focus. Sometimes we don't focus. Sometimes we run fast and we say something in response to what is said by Brother Medina or in response to what he shows. But the statement is not as focused as it should be, because it's more like you just saying quick what is in your mind. But if you when you read his manuscripts and you read the thoughts presented and you think about what he is saying, you will see the focus, and you yourself would learn to tie the things together too. Because another thing you have to realize when you go into a manuscript study, when you go into the points are systematic. So you have to be holding the thought in your mind from the point before into the next point. You know, it's not isolated. And as you're holding, sometimes from scripture to scripture, as you're holding the point, you're able to see the connection by the grace of God. It calls for study. It calls for taking time, right? Brother Calvert said, also, I was saying above that just this morning I was thinking about justification and how it is really subjective. Okay, amen. Grace and peace to you, Brother Ray. And Sister Sun Angel said, peace with God, that is. Peace with God, that is, there's no enmity in the mind, but harmony and friendship with Christ. Amen. When I read the scripture, Sister Sun Angel, in Isaiah 65:18, where he says he creates the fruit of the lips, peace, peace to them that are far and near. I was thinking about that too, because I was thinking how when you have the carnal mind of sins, it separates you from God. So you are like as afar. But even those of us who are near, if you want to look at it that way spiritually, because we are in Christ, we too need to continue, right? So he gives us the creating in justification, and he gives us it also in sanctification, right? And it keeps away the carnal mind, which is enmity with God, and which causes us to be separated from God. But thank God, his hand is not too short that it cannot save even those who are afar. He could create peace in them if they would repent and believe his truths, and he draws them. As he draws them, and he draws them. So next point, as we coming down, redemption is by creating, and it is through Jesus. It is through Jesus' blood by which we are justified created. So redemption is by creating. This is another way of seeing it. Redemption is by creating, and it is through Jesus' blood by which we are justified created. If you look at Isaiah 43, verses 1 and 2, together with Ephesians 1:7 and Romans 5:9, we would see this. So we start in Isaiah 43, verses 1 and 7. You know, I always like this scripture because we would look at it and we would show purpose, the purpose for which we were created. But looking at it again in the study was nice to see that, to reprove again that it is really a spiritual creating that is done when he creates Jacob, Israel, even as we read, he creates Jerusalem. Isaiah 43, verse 1, but now, thus saith Yahweh that created thee, O Jacob, and he that formed thee, O Israel, fear not, for I have redeemed thee. I have called thee by thy name, thou art mine. So how we know this is not just speaking about physical creation, because he says he created thee, O Jacob, he formed thee, O Israel. You must remember, Jacob was his name before he overcame. And when he overcame his sin and got the forgiveness of God, his name was changed from Jacob to Israel. Okay? So Israel is only a function of spiritual victory over sin. Israel is only reality because of victory over sin. So when he says, I created thee, O Jacob, he that formed thee, O Israel, he's clearly speaking of spiritual creating. He's clearly speaking of spiritual reality, because Israel only came, the name, because of the spiritual reality of overcoming sin, of getting forgiveness of sins. And we saw earlier in the study that forgiveness of sins was the creating of the new heart, where the thoughts of the heart are forgiven him. Okay? So God here is saying, I created thee, O Jacob. I formed thee, O Israel. Even spiritually. And that's why he would then say to the same Israel, which is Jacob, who he created into Israel spiritually, he says to him, I have redeemed thee. You see? So it's salvation from sin. Victory over sin. For I have redeemed thee. I have called thee by thy name. He named him Israel when he overcame. Thou art mine. And that's how we become one of his. When we get his spirit in our hearts, when we are created in justification, right? And we receive the Spirit of God into our hearts, and we are become children of his. If you have not the Spirit of God, you're none of his. So you are mine. God is saying, because I created you in sinfulness, because I created you in redeeming you, and named you with a name that reflects your experience. Verse 7, look at it again. Even everyone that is called by my name, for I have created him for my glory. Spiritualists, you hear? To glorify God is to testify that he is God alone. is to worship him as God alone. All nations shall come and worship before thee, right? But before that it said, yes, and glorify thy name, for thou art great and doest wondrous things, thou art God alone. So I have created him for my glory. I have formed him, yea, I have made him. So his creating of us is to glorify him in sinfulness. So it is a spiritual creating, a moral creating. Now look at Ephesians 1:7. Holding these thoughts here, okay? Look at Ephesians 1:7. In whom we have redemption through his blood. Remember we read in Isaiah 43 verse 1, I have redeemed thee. The same one who he created, O Jacob, the same one who he formed, O Israel, is the same one he redeemed. And he said he created him for his glory, he formed him. Now this creating for his glory, which is him redeeming him, look at Ephesians 1:7, and we are told in Christ's blood, because he is who was spoken of here in Ephesians chapter 1. That should tell you it was the word in Isaiah. And we are told in whom we have redemption through his blood. So who's redeeming us after all? Is the blood of Jesus Christ, Yeshua Messiah. He is the Yahweh saying, I redeemed thee, I created thee, I formed thee, I created you for my glory. In whom we have redemption through his blood, the forgiveness of sins, according to the riches of his grace. So we are told we are redeemed in his blood. But this redeeming is the same as a creating, because he used the phrases interchangeably. I created thee, I formed thee, I redeemed thee, I created thee for my glory. Same thing. The redeeming is a creating. And now we are told we are redeemed through his blood. So what exactly happens to us with redemption through his blood? That is a creating. What exactly? Go to Romans chapter 5 and verse 9. I know you will tell me what it is. Starts with J. It's what we've been talking about all day. Romans 5 and verse 9. Quote, much more then, being now justified by his blood, we shall be saved from wrath through him. So we are redeemed by his blood, through his blood. That is justified through his blood. But the redeeming is a creating. So it means that the redeeming that is a creating, which is justification, is a justificreating. Plain and simple and sweet and nice and true. Redemption is by creating, and it is through Jesus' blood by which we are justified or justificreated. That is what we are seeing here. Isn't that wonderful? I just want to throw in a scripture here, because the verse in Ephesians chapter 1 and verse 7 had spoken of the fact that in whom we have redemption, which is a creating, through his blood, the forgiveness of sins according to the riches of his grace. And isn't it true that Romans chapter 3 and verse 24 tells us the same redemption through his blood, which is according to the riches of his grace, is being therefore justified by his grace. Being justified freely by his grace through the redemption that is in Christ Jesus. So you see, so the redemption through his blood according to the riches of his grace is the same as being justified freely by his grace through the redemption that is in Christ Jesus. But remember, redemption is a creating. So it is justificreating freely by his grace. Isn't that wonderful? This is what our Bibles are showing us. Brother Yakini says here. Right? We have like 3 more points to go. He said, amen, amen. Since we are only Israel when we are created, and all creation belongs to Christ, you cannot deny Christ and be Israel. Amen. And Brother Yakini, remember that text in Galatians 6:15, you know. It said we are created in Christ Jesus. And if you walk according to that rule, peace be upon you and mercy and upon the Israel of God. So you are not Israel if you're not created in Christ, Messiah, Jesus, Yeshua. You see? Can't escape it. Amen. Beautiful. Our next point. The gift of righteousness and salvation is created by God. The gift of righteousness and salvation is created by God. And this is justification. So go to Isaiah 45 and verse 8, and we read it with Romans 5, 16 to 19. Isaiah 45 and verse 8, together with Romans chapter 5, 16 to 19, a very important passage of scripture. In Isaiah, 45 verse 8, what does it say? It says, now I have this scripture on my flyer today. And the imagery that I used in the flyer, I'm new, I'm not versed in any way where AI is concerned. But I tried to see if I could find a free AI tool, put in the scripture and see what image they would give me. Now I had to make it up because the main image you see there is supposed to be a reflection of the scripture. Isaiah 45, 8, we're going to read it now. The concept of dropping down from the heavens, the skies pouring down righteousness, like rain. And the earth open, right? And bringing forth salvation and righteousness springing up together. So what AI gave me was an idea of like rain falling down from the heavens, dropping down, and a green earth below because it spring up a green flourishing earth. That is what the thing was explaining to me they get from the scripture. And then I had to take the imagery of a person and put it in there because I wanted to show that it is the individual receiving salvation and righteousness from the heavens, the skies pouring down righteousness. All right? So this imagery is supposed to reflect the scripture as best as they could. Of course, with your prompt, because you have to tell them what you want to see or what you want. So I put in the scripture. And look at what the scripture says. Isaiah 45, 8. Beautiful scripture. Drop down, ye heavens from above, and let the skies pour down righteousness. Let the earth open, and let them bring forth salvation, and let righteousness spring up together. I, Yahweh, have created it. Did you see that? I, Yahweh, have created it. So the gift of righteousness, because righteousness must be poured down from the skies, the heavens above, the gift of righteousness and salvation, because it says when righteousness is poured down, they bring forth salvation and they let righteousness spring up together. So it's a gift. The gift of righteousness and salvation is what? Created by God, because he says, I, Yahweh, have created it. And this, we say, brethren, is justification. If you look now at Romans chapter 5, verses 16 to 19, you will see that, because you will see that justification is described as made righteous and as the gift of righteousness being received by the individual. And you recognize then, therefore, that since Yahweh saying he created it. What? The pouring down of the righteousness, the bringing forth of salvation, the righteousness springing up together. Then it means since justification is a making righteous, since justification is you receiving the gift of righteousness, then justification is Yahweh creating it. Then justification is justification. Isaiah 45, 8 we read. We go to Romans 5, 16 to 19. Romans 5, 16 to 19. So here is what Brother Medina is saying to us as we go to Romans 5, 16 to 19. Only God can create. Creating is saving. Only God can create. Creating is saving. Thus, only God can be the Savior. Thus, O arrogant man, why dost thou still seek control of thyself by salvation by thine own self-trust? Only God can create. Creating is saving. Thus, only God can be the Savior. Thus, O arrogant man, why dost thou still seek control of thyself by salvation by thine own self-trust? It is futile. Because salvation is a creating. And only God who only could create, could save. So to seek salvation by your own self-trust, to seek control of yourself by salvation by your own self-trust, it is futile. It is a work in futility. You will never arrive at it. You will never be able to save yourself. You will never be able to accomplish it because the nature of it, salvation, is creating. And only God is creator who does the creating of saving. You see, it is a truth. It may not be universally acceptable, but it is the truth. And it is the truth by which any and only by which any could be saved. Or we have the examples of the failure, of the error. Just look at our world. And we see man seeking to control himself by his own saving, by his own creating, or by self-trust. And we see the failure of it. We see destruction. We see the world's destroyers because they rejected the one Savior, Yeshua, as Messiah. We see the world's destroyers. We see their destruction. And those who follow them, self-destructing and destroying others and destroying the earth also. Thank you, Brother Medina. We must not seek to control ourselves by salvation by our own self-trust. You know what is usually the troublesome thing here? That is man sometimes being blind to how he is actually still holding on to his own self-trust because of wanting to do things his way and how he thinks is right or the better way because of pride and arrogance. I remember saying to my husband some time ago, I said, since Timothy tells us that all scripture is given by inspiration of God and is profitable for doctrine, for reproof, for correction, for instruction in righteousness, that the man of God may be perfect, thoroughly furnished unto all good works. It would mean that there's no man in the earth, there's none in the earth who becomes a man of God in conversion who will not have anything, and in fact, everything to be corrected. Nobody could ever say they don't need correction. Then we would never need the Bible. Because all scripture is given for correction. So then, our mind should always be saying, knowing these truths, that don't have as a first thinking in your mind that you can't be wrong. Or don't have as a first thing in your mind that you don't have to get corrected on this or you don't need correction here. Because in a sinful world, all scripture is given for correction of the man of God, that he could be purged and perfect and thoroughly furnished. And until you could show me you thoroughly furnished unto all good works, you reach all-time seal perfection. And even then, even in the newer society, where we are sealed not to fall back, we're still going to be partaking of the scriptures in a maintaining, in a creating, maintaining, saving kind of way. So if at least, we would have certain principles in our minds like that, you know how much trouble we would avoid? You know the trouble of like giving trouble and talking back and being rude and disrespectful and being proud and don't want to hear. And all. Those things are so stupid. Because the fact is, what happened? You're not a man in a sinful world. You don't want the scripture. All scripture is for correction. So where you come from? You're an angel? Where you come from that you don't need correction? Where you come from that you think that you're just fine and all your ways, you must remember all your ways that you had learned before, all your ways that you had grown up in as a child, all your ways that you came to Christ with when he drew you, they all need correction. You had not an ounce of good in you that you could have come with and say, well, Lord, I only have this wrong. These are good. So don't touch that and don't fix that. Just deal with this for me. It doesn't work like that. So that pride, arrogance, unwillingness to be counseled and corrected and shown a better way. Sometimes it's just a matter of being shown a better way. Now, why would you reject a better way? Don't you want to be better? Don't you want to have a higher morality? And even if your way, in a kind of non-moral issue sense, works, what if you're introduced to a way that's better, that makes you more efficient, for example? You save time. You spend less. You are more disciplined. Why not accept it? And people give trouble just for simple things like that. But with the principle in our hearts that we must not have and seek control of ourselves by salvation, by our own self-trust, by being distrustful of our own self, because we know we are beings that need correction, that always need instruction, counsel, and advice. By being distrustful of our own self, we will not seek to control ourselves by salvation, by our own self-trust. Because we understand that salvation, the reality of salvation and saving is a creating, and only one is the creator, which is God. Therefore, only one is the savior. Therefore, we could only seek salvation by him. Therefore, we could only seek to save ourselves or control ourselves by seeking him, which is not us controlling and saving ourselves after all, but it's him. But if we would cooperate with him, then we are being, in sanctification, we are being synergistic. And this is a simple but very profound issue, because sometimes we go wrong just because we don't want to hear. Just because we don't want to just give up our own preconceived idea. Just because we don't want to concede that the other person is right. Just because we still have some kind of idea about ourselves as being the right one. And I was reading over a statement sometime there in the Blue Book from Brother Medina where he was, no, or maybe it was a statement one of you put up where he was talking about listening to counsel. And I was saying, and it's like while I was reading it, I was remembering my own experience with him. Because I was remembering how time and time again, when you talk to Brother Medina, even if you may have had a certain idea, as you continue to let the talk take place and as you listen, by the end of it, you come to see what you wasn't seeing before, if it's a case where you weren't seeing, and you get help. You help yourself. But if you weren't willing to listen, if you were hardy, and just holding on to your idea, and the man can't even finish say what he's saying, or you keep butting in and not seeing the end of what he's trying to show you, etc., you ain't getting nowhere. But in the end, if you would listen, you find you really have helped yourself, and you not only have something to help you, but something that you could go back now and tell somebody else to help them. Oh, I experienced that over and over with Brother Medina. But it is important to be willing to listen. And this is the same thing. All scripture is given for correction. You have to be listening. You have to be receiving. As Sister Sandra says, of myself I can do nothing. So we're coming to the end here. We have to read Romans 5:16 to 18. I had read in between the statement from Brother Medina. Let me just read it and then I'll come back. Oh, and I see another statement from him, right? Romans 5:16 to 18. Let me just connect it with Isaiah 45:8, just to keep the point. Drop down, you heavens, from above, and let the skies pour down righteousness. Let the earth open, and let them bring forth salvation, and let righteousness spring up together. I, Yahweh, have created it. So he creates the gift of righteousness and salvation. That's called justification in Romans 5:16 to 18. I read Romans 5:16 to 18. Let me just read it. It says, one moment, please. Romans 5:16 to 18. Okay. It says here, and not as, oh boy, one moment, brethren. Right. Okay. Right. Sister Kim was listening. Amen. And not as if, not as it was by one that sinned, so is the gift. For the judgment was by one to condemnation, but the free gift is of many offenses unto justification. So we are shown the difference between God's work to save us from our many offenses. The free gift is of many offenses unto justification. Different from how sin came upon the world, where by one, judgment came by one to condemnation, which is Adam, right? So not as it was by the one that sinned, so is the gift. So we're going to look at the gift. The free gift is of many offenses, or concerning many offenses of many, unto justification. For if by one man's offense death reigned by one, that's Adam again, much more they which receive abundance of grace and of the gift of righteousness shall reign in life by one, Christ Jesus, or Jesus Christ. And remember, we saw that the righteousness drops down. So it's given, okay? Drop down, you heavens, from above, and let the skies pour down righteousness, right? And let righteousness spring up together. I, Yahweh, have created it. So it is called the gift, the free gift unto justification. It is called the receiving of the gift of righteousness. And verse 18 says, therefore, as the offense of one, judgment came upon all men, therefore, as by the offense of one, judgment came upon all men to condemnation, even so, by the righteousness of one, the free gift came upon all men unto justification of life. Again, it is called the free gift of justification of life, the free gift unto justification, the receiving of the gift of righteousness. Verse 19, for as by one man's disobedience many were made sinners, so by the obedience of one shall many be made righteous. It's called being made righteous. And all of that, because watch, righteousness drops down and it springs up in you because he said, I, Yahweh, have created it. So he is doing the creating of the gift of righteousness and salvation, because he says, let them bring forth salvation. I have created it, I, Yahweh. He is doing the work of creating the gift of righteousness, of creating the gift of salvation, which is made righteous, which is you receiving the gift of righteousness, which is you being justified. Unto justification, the free gift of justification, unto justification of life. It will mean then, therefore, that justification, which is being made righteous, which is receiving the gift of justification of life, which is all that we saw here in Romans 5, unto justification, the free gift unto justification, receiving the gift of righteousness, free gift come upon all men unto justification of life, made righteous, it will mean all of that is Yahweh's creating. Because he said he is the one that creates the dropping down of the righteousness into you, the righteousness springing up into you, the bringing forth of salvation in you. He, Yahweh, he says, I, Yahweh, have created it. So the gift of righteousness and salvation is created by God. This is justification. Because that is what it means. That is what justification here means. It's justification. Because since it means all about you being made righteous, all about righteousness dropping down in you, all about you being saved, all about righteousness springing up in you, it means, therefore, since Yahweh creates that, it means when he justifies you, he justificates you. Ephesians 2:10 and Romans 3:30 and 31 shows us we are created in Christ Jesus unto good works. And that indeed is justification. So as you turn and find it, Ephesians 2:10 and Romans 3:30 and 31, I will read the statement from Brother Medina that I just saw him make. So Ephesians chapter 2 and verse 10, find it, and he said, except there be Thusia, there can be no justification. I remember the young lady on YouTube was saying, you have to be willing to surrender. You know, her words. Except there be Thusia, there can be no justification. Because justification is towards Thusia. Amen. It is the justificating that creates the Thusia. Wow. So since Thusia is self-noneness in you, and Thusia is also Christ, Messiah. So, Brother Medina, I'm seeing it in two ways, right? What you have said here. I'm saying that without the Thusia, which is Christ, Yeshua Messiah, there's no justification for us. Because after all, we are justificated by the faith of Jesus Christ or Yeshua Messiah. And that same justificating work that he does in us, the Thusia, is towards Thusia, as in the experience of self-noneness in us. Because we are told to be Thusians, be ye followers of God as dear children, and walk in love as Christ also had loved us and given himself an offering and a sacrifice, a sweet-smelling savor unto God. And we are told to be that. So if we are to be Thusians, we have to be justificated, because justification is towards Thusia. There's no self-noneness without the de-glorifying of self-reality that justification shows, because it glorifies God as the creator and the savior, and it de-glorifies self. And there's no self-noneness in us, created in us, if we are not justificated, which is to say, being created in righteousness by the Thusia himself, the one who is the epitome of self-noneness love, the Thusia himself, who is the expression of Yahweh in loving us. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son. So without the Thusia, there's no justification. Except there be Thusia, there can be no justification. Because justification is towards Thusia. It is the justificating that creates the Thusia. So he creates the Thusia in us. But it is by his justificating. If he creates in us, if he creates us after God in righteousness and true holiness, and that is in self-noneness. Because there's no selfishness in righteousness. Righteousness is love shared, love manifested. And there's no selfishness in holiness, because holiness is rightfully God being God alone, and that's not selfish, because it's just the truth. And he seeks to cause us to partake of that when he gives us the precious promises of the Thusia, Jesus Christ, that we may partake of the divine nature. And he tells us to be holy as he is holy. So this is how I'm understanding it here, Brother Medina. If there's anything else you want to add, you could please feel free. But that's what I'm seeing. Except there be Thusia, there can be no justification. If we're just looking at it alone from the point of view of our state, it's just simply showing that if you still have selfishness and you don't have self-nonness love, which is Thusia, the experience, then there's no justification there. But also we could say, except there be the Thusia or Yeshua, his faith, then there's no justification present in you. Because the presence of justification and the maintenance thereof in sanctification is always by the faith of Yeshua, Messiah, the Thusia. Justification, because justification is towards Thusia. It is the justificating that creates the Thusia. Amen. Amen. Thank you, Brother Medina. Amen. Yes, Sister Chantel, Thusia is the Greek word for sacrifice. And as we have seen, it also means, self-denial, but moreover, it also means self-nonness, love. Forsaking all selfishness for love to God and love to our fellow men. Ephesians 5:1-2 shows that. Walk in love. Be ye therefore followers of God as their children. Walk in love. And when it shows how he walked in love, how he loved us, walk in love as Christ loved us, it shows Thusianizing. It shows self-nonness. Because he forgot himself to go to the cross for us. Right? So it is self-nonness love. That is what his literal sacrificial crucifixion manifested or showed. Amen. Amen. Created in Christ Jesus unto good works. That is what happens to us. And that is indeed justification. Ephesians chapter 2 and verse 10. Ephesians chapter 2 and verse 10. It says, I quote, "For we are his workmanship, created in Christ Jesus unto good works, which God hath before ordained that we should walk in them." So again, these Israelis over there, these satanic Jews, they can't do any good works because they don't have the creating in the truths of the character of Christ, Messiah, Yahshua, the Son of God. Yeah, we're in a temple of flesh. So without that, they can't do good works. They have no place in God's plan. There's no ordination for them to do good works because watch, they are lost. They have no portion of the character of Christ. And then because they've rejected him as the Messiah and they're not fulfilling purpose, they don't have the creating. But God is the workman who does the workmanship of creating in Christ Jesus in us unto good works. And that creating of good works, creating of our personality traits in the character of Christ, that we could do good works from the character of Christ, gracious works and so on, that creating work there is justification. Romans chapter 3 verses 30 and 31, it plainly shows us that justification makes you do the good works of the law. But since it is a creating in Christ Jesus that makes us do good works, then it would mean the justification that makes us establish law keeping is in fact justification. Romans chapter 3 verses 30 and 31. It says, "Seeing it is one God, which shall justify the circumcision by faith, and uncircumcision through faith." And remember, verse 22 would have told us that faith, or told us that faith is the faith of Jesus Christ. Even the righteousness of God, which is by faith of Jesus Christ, into all and upon all them that believe. So seeing it is one God which shall justify the circumcision by faith of Jesus Christ and the uncircumcision through faith of Jesus Christ, do we then make void the law through faith? God forbid. Yea, we establish the law. So when we are justified by the faith of Christ, We establish the law. We keep the law of God in our lives. It is the same as saying that we are justified by the faith of Christ to keep the law. It's the same as saying we are created in Christ Jesus unto good works. So that justification actually means justification. That is what the Bible is showing us. This is a thread consistently running through the scriptures. We are right. And it was not so much my intention to use like where there's a lot of charts and quotations and things like that. I wanted to follow the pattern and just go through the scriptures like how Brother Medina did it on Sabbath. But I will at least show you a quote or two at the end. So look at this here now, because this is our last 2 points now from the manuscript, right? The new man is created in righteousness and true holiness when he is justificated. Ephesians 4, verses 23 and 24, together with Galatians 2, verses 16 and 21. So Ephesians chapter 4, verses 23 and 24, and Galatians 2, 16 and 21. Now let me just see something here because I'm going to run into some trouble here. Trying to call Brother Medina. Because my battery. One moment, please. Oh boy. We're having some camera issues. Camera battery is challenges. Right. So in in Ephesians 4, 23 and 24, this is what it says. I quote, "And that you put on the new man, which after God is created in righteousness and true holiness." So the new man, the new creation, this is another way of telling us that it is a creating that causes the existence of the new man, because it says, put on the new man, which after God is created in righteousness and true holiness. So the concept of the new man is a new creation, is created in righteousness and true holiness. And in Galatians chapter 2, verses 16 and 21, this is what it tells us. Galatians 2, verse 16, knowing that a man is not justified by the works of the law, but by the faith of Jesus Christ. And this comes back to what Brother Medina was saying. You can't seek to control yourself by your own self-trust, because you're not justified by the works of the law, but by the faith of Jesus Christ. And we already saw that that's a creating. Even we have believed in Jesus Christ, that we might be justified by the faith of Christ and not by the works of the law. But by the works of the law shall no flesh be justified. Verse 21, I do not frustrate the grace of God. For if righteousness come by the law, then Christ is dead in vain. So Paul concludes, based on what he has been talking about, that he's dealing with how righteousness comes when he talks about being justified by works versus being justified by faith. And he plainly told us that we're not justified by the works of the law, but we're justified by the faith of Christ. And in another form, he says it by saying that if righteousness come by the law, in other words, if we are justified by the works of the law, then Christ is dead in vain. Because then it would not be the faith of Christ that's justifying us. So by showing us that to be justified by the works of the law is the same as saying righteousness comes by the law, but he's establishing the truth that we're not justified by the works of the law, or righteousness doesn't come by the works of the law, but we're justified by the faith of Christ, or righteousness comes by the faith of Christ. Then having read Ephesians chapter 4, we see that since when we are the new man, we are created in righteousness, then it means the receiving of righteousness, or righteousness coming by the faith of Christ, is actually a creating. Righteousness coming by the faith of Christ, which is justified by the faith of Christ, is actually a creating, because we're told that when we are made into the new man, it is a creating after God in righteousness. So we receive righteousness by the faith of Christ, or we are justified by the faith of Christ. It's the same as saying our new man is created in righteousness. Justification, therefore, is what Paul is talking about. It is so plain and simple in the scriptures. Our final point takes us back to the beginning, and it is showing us the 7-day Sabbath. Because all of this proves to us that since the issue, since the focus, since the emphasis is on the fact that the work of salvation, justification, and sanctification is actually a work of creating, a work where God is creating us into that experience, then it points us back to Him as creator, which points us inevitably to His 7-day Sabbath sign. Points us inevitably to His 7-day Sabbath sign. Before I read it, I want to make this point using this chart. This was the same message of 1888 as can be seen in these statements from Jones and Wagner. I just have one slide here. And I want to say it in two ways. They showed it in two ways. By the very etymology of the word justify, and by likening justification to the new creation or the new birth. I'm going to read the one below first and then come up. In his book, Christ and His Righteousness, on page 74, Wagner said, he was referring to Zechariah, the account therein in chapter 3, and how God had caused Zechariah's garments to be changed as symbolic of his change of experience. Take away his iniquity, give him a change of raiment, the righteousness of God, his salvation. And this is what Wagner said, quote, notice in the above account that the taking away of the filthy garments is the same as causing the iniquity to pass from the person. And so we find that when Christ covers us with the robe of His own righteousness, He does not furnish a cloak for sin, but takes the sin away. Now, if you think of Ezekiel 36 as well, verse 25 to 27, you'd see God talking about taking away the stony heart out of your flesh. So it is a creating work, right? When He covers us with the robe of His righteousness, He is doing a work of creating. That is creating us sin-free by taking the sin away. So He does not furnish a cloak for sin, but He takes the sin away. And this shows, this is Wagner continuing to speak, and this shows that the forgiveness of sins is something more than a mere form, something more than a mere entry in the books of record in heaven. To the effect that the sin has been cancelled. That is what some were saying. Oh, forgiveness of sins, you just enter something in the record in heaven and you cancel the sin. Wagner says, no, it's more than that. And then he says, the forgiveness of sins is a reality. It is something tangible, something that vitally affects the individual. It actually clears him from guilt, and if he is cleared from guilt, is justified, made righteous. He has certainly undergone a radical change. Let's pause a minute. Now, we saw these things in Scripture. We saw forgiveness of sins. We saw it is made righteous. It is justified. We saw it as the taking away of sin. The clearing of guilt here is just talking about removing the knowledge, responsibility for sin from in the present consciousness. Okay? We know there is also guilt in the investigative judgment to be removed, the past sins. We're not talking about that here. But here he is showing that there's a work being done to the individual. He talks about how it is tangible. It vitally affects the individual. Something is done to him. That is really the creating. And he shows that the individual undergoes a radical change. That means he moves from being what he was to what he now is. Old things are passed away. All things are become new. This is a new man. He goes on. He is indeed another person. Did you see that? Let me read it again. The forgiveness of sins is a reality. It is something tangible, something that vitally affects the individual. It actually clears him from guilt. And if he is cleared from guilt, is justified, made righteous. He has certainly undergone a radical change. He is indeed another person. So justified is being likened unto made righteous, is being likened unto the forgiveness of sins, is being likened unto making a whole other person. Change, transformation. Wagner continues, for he obtained this righteousness for the remission of sins in Christ. If righteousness is by the law, Christ is dead in vain. But if righteousness is by the faith of Christ, then God is glorified. So Wagner says he obtained this righteousness for the remission of sins in Christ. It was obtained only by putting on Christ. But, and he quotes scripture, if any man be in Christ, he is a new creature, or a new creation, as the Greek says. And he quotes 2 Corinthians 5:17. He continues, and to the full and the forgiveness, and to the full and free forgiveness of sins carries, and so, pardon me, I'm not seeing very clearly, my apologies. And so the full and free forgiveness of sins carries with it that wonderful and miraculous change known as the new birth. But he just called it justified, made righteous. He's telling you it is the new birth. For a man cannot become a new creation except by a new birth. This is the same as having a new or a clean heart. But remember, it's God's creating. It's God's sprinkling that gives you the clean heart. Create in me a clean heart, oh God. So Wagner acknowledges that justification is a creating by saying the man who is justified, made righteous, forgiven of his sins, is a new creation in Christ, which means he has undergone a new birth. He's another man. He's a new creation. By the new birth, he has a new or a clean heart, which is a creation. So according to 1888 Messenger, E.J. Wagner, justification is justification. But let's look again. Let's look again. The one above. Let me see if I can make it a little bigger. I should have put it on 2 slides. I will come back to that side part, which I know would be covered. I am quoting, I'm going up like I said. So the one immediately above the one I just read, A.T. Jones, the third angel's message, page 362. And there are more statements, but I just chose these. Jones said, he's another of the messengers. Justified is to make righteous. So whenever we read it here, you can put the words made righteous there instead. And you have the same thing always. So Jones understood that wherever you find justified, it means to make righteous or made righteous. You could easily substitute justified with made righteous. Again, the phrase made righteous, it shows created righteous. They understood that justification was a creating, not as deep and so on as us, but they had it. Better than those who saying it's a declaration. Look at the one above. Are you seeing it? E.J. Wagner, Glad Tidings, page 40. E.J. Wagner, Glad Tidings, page 40. Oh, I'm just seeing a statement from Brother Medina. I didn't see it before. I know seeing it, and it's 18 minutes ago. Thanks, Brother Medina. He said, sacrifice in us, sacrifice is created by justification. For selfishness is its opposite. Amen. So this is like an expounding on the phrase before, right? So I'm going to read the two together. Except there be thusia, there can be no justification. Because justification is towards thusia. It is the justificreating that creates the thusia, or the sacrifice. Sacrifice is created by justificreation, for selfishness is its opposite. So, justification in us creates sacrifice in us. It would remove all selfishness, which is the opposite. So if we want victory over selfishness, we need justification. We need thusia, sacrifice. Look at what Wagner said in the statement in Glad Tidings, page 40. I quote, the meaning of the word justified is made righteous, just like Jones, he said. The meaning of the word justified is made righteous. This is the exact term that appears in Bibles in other languages. Think about that. It would mean, therefore, that the concept of justification as justification is in other languages as well. See, it's like it is a universal meaning of justification, even expressed in other languages too. And it's true, because you look at the Latin, you look at the French, look at the Spanish, you're going to get the same concept for justify in the truest sense, if you derive it from what the Bible says. The meaning of the word justified is made righteous. This is the exact term that appears in Bibles in other languages. Now watch this etymology breakdown. The Latin word for righteousness is justitia. To be just is to be righteous. Then we add the termination fi from the Latin word meaning to make. Did you see that? And we have the exact equivalent of the simpler term make righteous. So even the word in the Bible, if you're examining its meaning, justify, justified, what you have is a word that you could say is made up of two parts. The fi part at the end, which is the Latin to make, and the justi, which is from justitia, which identifies righteous or just or righteousness. So what you have when you put it together, and I'm going to read his words again, the Latin word for righteousness is justitia. To be just is to be righteous. Then we add the termination fi from the Latin word meaning to make, and we have the exact equivalent of the simpler term to make or make righteous. So what you have here is that even in the Latin, if you look at my red box up here, if you can see it, I have zoomed it back out a bit so that you can see it. Let me just take off my camera for a minute if that would help. So if you look at the very etymology of the word, it takes your mind into the meaning of creating, because it shows that the word in English is derived from older languages like Latin, like even the Latin-based languages like French and Spanish, and you will get justificaire, and you will get just or righteous to make. So that you get justify, justitia, and fi. Just or righteous plus to make, or righteous plus to create. So that you really reading, when you read the word justify, justified, justification, you're really reading righteous to make or righteous to create, or made righteous or created righteous, or justification or justificreation. And Wagner taught this. And then he taught below, as I quoted for you, that it is actually a new creation. The justified man, the made righteous man, the man who is forgiven of his sins, is a new creation by a new birth with a new or clean heart, which is a creating me a clean heart. So what we are teaching here, verily, is the same 1888 message. We just have it more developed with these explanations by God's grace, and we are grateful for that. Let me take this off. This could never be what this man here says, and I want to just show you this quickly. This is just a few seconds. It's not even a minute. Look at this.
We are saved by...
Look at this. 51 seconds. Is this what the scripture teaches? Certainly not.
We are saved by the work of Christ in our place.
Yes.
We believe that we are justified by faith. We do not believe that justification makes us righteous.
Uh-oh.
Now, some Seventh-day Adventists may believe that.
And preach it.
And preach it. Yes. And some Pentecostals believe it too.
Yes.
And preach it. But this is not what we really believe.
Yes.
They may preach it in certain parts of the world more than in other parts of the world. We believe, you can read this in our statements of faith, justification is a declaration from God that declares that the sinner, on the basis of Christ's merits, is declared righteous.
Yes.
Justification is a declaration, not a making.
Ooh, did you hear that? I mean, so many errors. But you know the part I want you to focus on? Justification is a declaration, not a making. Listen.
Righteous. Yes. Justification is a declaration, not a making.
You know what is so sad about this? This man is John Carter. He's Seventh-day Adventist. I'm not sure if he's still alive. And he is saying that this is what the 28 fundamentals teach. And he is speaking on 3 ABN. And you know, he didn't just say justification is a declaration, you know. It's so devilish. He says what he thinks it is, but he is denying the truth at the same time by saying what some others say it is, and he is saying it's not that. Justification is a declaration, not a making, he says. And so with that, he has thrown away the Bible's meaning of justification, which is justification, because that's the making there. The Bible literally uses the phrase made righteous. We saw it in Romans chapter 5. I think it is verse 19 or something. The Bible literally uses the phrase, while speaking about justification, it literally uses the phrase made righteous. Romans chapter 5 verse 19. When the free gift of justification comes upon you by the one man who is righteous, that is the same as saying, by the obedience of one shall many be made righteous. The Bible didn't say shall many be declared righteous. He throws away the scriptures. He throws away the writings of Brother Jones and Wagner, who was learned in the scriptures and who taught. And Sister White said, the Lord in his great mercy sent a most precious message through Elders Wagner and Jones. It presented justification through faith in the surety. It invited the people to receive the righteousness of Christ into them, which is made manifest in obedience to the law of God, to all the commandments. And we saw that it is a creating that caused that in the scripture, because you are created in Christ Jesus unto good works, which is the same as saying you are justified by faith of Jesus Christ, and you do not make void the law through faith, you establish the law. So justification is a making, it's a creating. But he says it's a declaration. Well, since you could only declare something that is already the way it is, then if God is declaring us righteous, and that's what justification is, then you are saying that God is seeing that we were already righteous before we came to him. And he just declares us so because we are already so. So then how did we become righteous without him? It would have to be by our own works. It would have to be by somebody else. So then you're saying God is declaring righteous that which he didn't make righteous. So God is acknowledging righteousness by works, by our own works, and he's calling that righteous. So you make him an accessory in sinning, because righteousness by works is sin. This is what they have done. They have departed from the 1888 message, which is the Bible doctrine of justification, which means justification, to the point where they are saying justification is not justification, it is some kind of justy declaration. So you remain uncreated spiritually. You remain with no creating, because he says it's not a making, which means it's not a creating. You remain with no creating in you, but you're just declared. A big lie. A big lie. Okay? Right. And that is what I wanted to show you there from Jones and Wagner. Justification, if I could just bring it back up on the screen again. Please remember, we are in harmony with the reformers. We are in harmony with the brethren that showed that justify means righteous to make, which is the same as saying righteous to create, because a making is a creating. And therefore, justification, the meaning thereof that they understood that they had is justification. It's justification. And this is what the Bible teaches. And this is what the Sabbath is a sign of. So we go to that last point. Starting in 1 Corinthians 6, 9 to 11, then Ezekiel 20, 12, and Mark 2, 28. 1 Corinthians 6, 9 to 11, Ezekiel 20, 12, Mark 2, 28. The point is that justification is also, justification is also sanctification or separation from sin, beginning in the change and continuing. Thus, the Sabbath is a sign of Yahweh, that Yahweh sanctificates us. In 1 Corinthians chapter 6, verse 9 to 11, the Bible shows us indeed that sanctification is used alongside justification as being the same because they concern the first point of separation of sinning. Justification, which is a justificreation, is a separation from sinning, the beginning thereof. And then when you maintain it, it is in sanctification. And the Sabbath is a sign of that. So 1 Corinthians 6, 9 to 11, I read, quote, verse 9, know ye not that the unrighteous shall not inherit the kingdom of God? Be not deceived. Neither fornicators, nor idolaters, nor adulterers, nor effeminate, nor abusers of themselves with mankind, nor thieves, nor covetous, nor drunkards, nor revilers, nor extortioners shall inherit the kingdom of God. And such were some of you. But, so change takes place. But ye are washed, but ye are sanctified, but ye are justified in the name of the Lord Jesus and by the Spirit of our God. So the change from the unrighteous experience to the righteous experience is called a washing. Now just think about washing. You know, it's a creating. It's a making. You wash the thing clean. Right? It is a making. It is a creating. But you are washed. But you are justified. Sanctified. But you are justified in the name of Yahweh, Yeshua, and by the Spirit of our God. And when you go now to Ezekiel 20 and verse 12, you see that that sanctification, which is justification, which are both creatings, so creating, creating, the sign thereof is the seventh-day Sabbath. In Ezekiel chapter 20, reading verse 12, it tells us this. Ezekiel 20 and verse 12, I quote, Moreover also, I gave them my Sabbaths to be a sign between me and them, that they might know that I am Yahweh that sanctify them. So the 7-day Sabbath that God gave to us is a sign between him and us, that we might know that he is Yahweh that sanctifies us. But his sanctifying is a justifying, is a washing, which is a making, which is a creating. And what more fitting thing, because the 7-day Sabbath is a sign that he's creator. And we saw in the beginning, in the 7-day Sabbath commandment, Exodus 20 verses 8 to 11, that the 7-day Sabbath is not only the sign that he created us physically, because it says that for in 6 days, Yahweh made heaven and earth, the sea, and all that in them is. And he rested the 7th day. So it points us back to the beginning. And we understood from the study that when he created us in the beginning, before any sin, he created us 2 ways. He created us physically, and he created us morally and spiritually, sin-free. And so, the 7-day Sabbath is actually, since it points back to the beginning and shows you who all were and what all were created, heaven, earth, sea, and all that in them is in the 6 days, including man on the 6th day. And since he was made not only in God's likeness, shape and form, that he liked, that he wanted, but he was made in our image. And that is the Spirit of God in him. And that is moral and spiritual sin-freeness state. Since the 7-day Sabbath points you back to that, it points you to the spiritual creating as well as the physical creating. So when he tells us that he gave us his Sabbaths, that we would keep them, and we would have that sign between us and him, that he is Yahweh that sanctifies us, it is to show us that he is a Yahweh that had sanctified, created Adam and Eve before sin, made them holy. That he is a Yahweh that had created them in holiness before any sin. That is what it points us back to, and points us to the fact that when he justifies, creates us, he puts us at the same time into that sanctified, created experience like in the beginning. The only difference is that we had sinned and they didn't. But Sister White said we have to have obedience without a flaw like how they had it in Eden. And of course, Mark 2:28 shows us that Yahweh there. That Yahweh that sanctifies us is the Son of Man, the original Yahweh, God creator, the Word who made all things, who came into the world that he had made and the world didn't know him, the Word who became flesh and had the same glory as of the Father, divine nature, the Son who was full of grace and truth. He is the Yahweh of the 7-day Sabbath. Mark 2 and verse 28. This is our final scripture. Mark 2:28. It says, quote, "Therefore, the Son of Man is Yahweh also of the Sabbath." So the Son of Man, Jesus, Yahshua, Messiah, Christ, he is Yahweh of the Sabbath. And he is Yahweh that sanctificates us. Which is to say, he makes us holy, he separates us from sin at justification and maintains that in us in sanctification. It is a creating. This study wonderfully proved to us from Scripture that when we read about, when we study justification, justify, to be justified, what God really wants us to see is that it is a creating. It is justification that he does. And he wants us to come to appreciate that more because it is what will cause us to preach the 7-day Sabbath more fully, understanding and recognizing that you cannot preach the gospel of salvation. You cannot preach the gospel of justification by faith. You cannot tell people about being justified by the faith of Christ. You cannot tell them about being made righteous without pointing them to the sign of that making, that creating righteous, that making righteous, which is the 7-day Sabbath. You couldn't do it with Sunday. What in Sunday is there showing you are made righteous? One, you're in sin, exalting Sunday as the Sabbath, because it isn't. So you're in sinning, you're in unrighteousness, you're in unholiness. 1, 2, it is not a good work, but justification is a creating unto good works. It's not a good work because it is transgression. It is actually sinning. It is transgression works. 3, there is no faith to keep Sunday. But being justified is being justified by faith of Jesus Christ. And that makes you establish the law. So only the concept of justification as justification can take you to the 7-day Sabbath and make you avoid Sunday. Only that meaning of justification, which is justification, can do that for you. And that is what the world needs to hear. That is a part, my dear brethren, of preaching the 7-day Sabbath more fully. By learning that it is a sign of justification and sanctification, which is what justification and sanctification really means. Sister Gemma says, I believe these new terminologies are strange to me, but I'm asking God Almighty for understanding. Amen. And with study, my dear sis, you will get it. Because what you will find when you open your Bible, you will find the word justify, you will find justified, and so on. Sanctify, sanctified. And all we're saying is we're taking those words and we're looking at how the words are used. And we are saying that we recognize that every time God is talking about justified, he's talking about a making, God making you righteous. Every time he's talking about justified, he's talking by the faith of Christ. He's talking about God making you a new creation. He's talking about you having a new heart. And David prayed, create in me a new heart. So we recognize that justification is God's work of creating in you righteousness, creating in you a new heart, creating in you a new spirit or experience. And therefore, we could say it is justification. And that is why I said several times at the beginning, we are not trying to replace the Bible's words, but what we have done is we have showed you how the very usage of the words and the scriptures in the Bible prove, even from the beginning when God created man, it didn't even say he justified man because he had no sin, but it said he created him in his own image. And that is a spiritual and moral creating of his sin-free state, which is to say he made him holy originally, which is to say he sanctificated him. But because sin came in now after and he fell, he lost his sanctification, which is to say his creating holy. He lost that experience. And now God has to make him just again and continue him in his justification or sanctification, which is to say God has to create him and he could continue in his sanctification. It is very simple. Once you're willing to learn and you have the humility and the sincerity, you will get it. And we will help you, okay? My dear Sister Gemma, thank you for even just, spending time. And that's something that's very important. You have to spend time. You have to take up the books and take up our Bibles and put aside a time, an hour, 2 hours, and sit with it and be prayerful about it. Now, I have an issue here. I wanted to call Brother Medina. I really do. But my phone battery is like 4%. And for some strange reason, my usual hookup when I was trying to charge it all the time, it wasn't working. So I couldn't get it charged. I don't know if my backup phone has battery. And to be honest, that backup phone doesn't work well with the calls. It tends to be harder to hear for some reason. But we could try. But brethren, this is the end of going through the entire manuscript with you. Point by point by point, deliberating on scripture after scripture after scripture. This was our study on Sabbath gone. And I pray that it has been helpful to you in some way. I know it was for me as I did my personal revision. And I'm very grateful for this study. Brother Medina, I want to say thank you. I don't know if you'll be able to get this call, but I will try to call you right now to see if you maybe wish to add anything, to say anything in light of what we've been studying. All right. So we will try Brother Medina. I saw your comments, Sister Alana and Sister Karima, right? And Tuzi and Lashley. Let me see what we can do here. Right, I think I have him here. One moment. Grace and peace, Brother Medina.
Grace and peace to you, my dear.
Okay, nice to hear you, and thanks for the wise statements that you shared. Brethren, could you let me know if you're able to hear him? Go ahead, Brother Medina.
Well, thank you very much. I cannot publish it. This one will be taped.
Okay. Okay. I understand.
Yes, my dear. So the statement I made. My dear, why it is a justification, which is justification,
Mm-hmm.
cannot be done by a human being
Okay.
because it must require, it is a new creation, sacrifice. So there,
Mm-hmm.
God never created anything selfish.
Amen.
So follow that through their place, one being the result, and
Okay.
the other one being the source.
Amen. I love it.
So you know, that the spiritual principle here to be accepted. Yeah. So that I am saying now, we are a man, this wow, he increases in his nostrils the breath of life. He stayed on the ground for a while as God did something in his mind. That, that um, on love to him. So when he died on his love, and that self-knowledge love, self-knowledge love. Here we go again. Thought and
Amen.
another thing. Now, why why did I even born in the first place? Is thought and I, which is offering being what? Given.
Yes, yes. Sacrifice me something
And
given.
so, written,
The gift, yes, it's an offering.
I, oh, that soul, self-knowledge love. That soul, the truth, yeah.
Yes, Brother Medina.
So, I saw that the soul that it was a gift, it was a gift, that gift itself is not right? That very gift itself in the world, but so that justification are not done by yourself, man. For the simple reason that it is justification.
Mm.
Man cannot create
Amen.
God.
Mhm.
On this love, the gift
Mhm.
clearly seen, that man, sorry, justification,
Mhm.
that it wasn't self, but a gift.
It was a gift. Mm.
And as I was saying, there's a point, there is a help goal. But at some of these points, so, uh, uh, oh, uh, so for instance, if we say that the sun creates God, huh? And this love,
Mhm.
but it is again,
Yeah. Mhm.
right? Only because the sun, like the sun where it is in a temple of flesh,
Mhm.
that also cannot be could not have a feeling of this love.
Mhm.
Let's see how you can see that
In the
particular
verse, yes, Brother Medina. Mhm.
verse that which you cannot necessarily see. So that I had, which was taken upon my mind by the Holy Spirit, was this bread, but actually, and it is for this what will, what will, what is not that thing, what justification as
Mhm.
a
Yes.
but what you are saying that no
Amen.
God has given to us a theology here to finish the work.
Amen. Amen.
Don't be Sabbath lawfully.
Amen.
No, just think about it. You are in need. Huh? Okay, so what things
Yes.
do this at
Yes. Washing of regeneration.
right the born again, new birth,
Yes, regenerate.
soul, new birth,
Yes.
what
He did at point to creation. The 7-day Sabbath.
that person they have no part.
None whatsoever.
They don't even see the logic. You see?
Yes.
So the guy, go to
Amen.
the time of a
Amen.
like God told me that I tried it. I not but it's just
Yes, Brother Medina. Amen. Amen. You see, I mean, I might have to call you sometime after and get you to talk about this and put it out because when we started off, Brethren was telling me they're hearing loud and clear and then it's like it just deteriorated right after that. So that I don't even know how much of it they actually heard, although I am hearing everything clearly. Right? I got it. Yes, brother, we know that. But I am very grateful for you pursuing what God showed you because I felt a sense of satisfaction as I went through personally and was seeing for myself. And I was saying, but it's right there through and through in the scriptures. It's how God wants us to see it. Yeah. Yes.
good.
To teach justification.
Learn justification.
Wow.
The thing that's true is to learn that God He will
Amen. Amen.
nobody will be able to tell her that she's supposed to break this Sabbath.
Wow. Yes.
But he said, I just fall through.
I understand. Yes.
You do not say.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But he can run. My God,
Amen. Mm.
help us. Time be.
Amen. Amen. Wow. Thank you so much, Brother Medina. Much appreciated. Thank God. I thank God very much for helping us. Amen. Right?
Now, one thing again,
Mm-hmm.
just the other night, I don't know, I probably only sleep for 1 hour and a half,
Okay.
the whole night,
Mm-hmm.
and I done.
Hmm.
And it is crazy. And see what
Mm-hmm. I was looking at that this morning when I was going through the manuscript. I was looking for the meaning of the word redeem and constantly.
so what cannot look
Mhm. Mhm.
at the sun. So that's the thing.
Right.
And they rejoice.
Right.
So the spirit is a spirit of celebration.
Mm-hmm.
It is not doing because it is only
No, the sin remains during the transgression of Sunday exaltation.
and
Right. Definitely.
some things happen. Really?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
See, and think here,
This is justification.
okay, uh,
Yeah.
the justification is a gift
Yes. Yes.
because it is done.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Right.
Uh,
Right. Amen. Mm. Yes, Brother Medina.
a justification thing.
Amen. Thank you very much, Brother Medina.
You know, that idea. You notice one point again, right?
Mm-hmm.
That when we look at the origin of some Sunday teaching churches,
Oh, right through, right through. Yes. Mm-hmm.
therefore Adventists have no part in that.
Hmm. That's right. Hmm.
Yes, my dear heart.
Amen, Brother Medina. Thank you very, very much, by God's grace, right?
Yes, and God be with you, my dear. Thank you.
And with you also, grace and peace.
Get what you
No problem. God be with you and bye.
need.
Amen. My dear listeners, I sincerely apologize. I saw that some of you were saying that you couldn't hear. And it was a little confusing because initially you said you were hearing loud and clear, and then shortly after I recognized that the audio deteriorated, and I saw the messages after. And I do apologize. As I told Brother Medina at one point, I might have to get him to record it separately from me so I could put it out, because he said a lot, right? And in the last moments there, he was really talking about how God showed this to him and how it helps us to preach the 7-day Sabbath more fully, because it is the best and easiest way to get a person to see the 7-day Sabbath and not righteousness by works. Because when they say justificated, and he gave the example of Sister Bonolo, if she would learn that theology, when she learns justificated or justification, nobody could deceive her with the view that salvation is by works, and salvation by works automatically points to Sunday, right? But if it is a creating, then you have to look to the Creator, right? And the Creator's sign is the 7-day Sabbath. So he was saying it's the easiest way to get people to see the Sabbath truth in the final preaching, and God has given it to us to help us. In that vein also, he said that he has something else he's looking at, which I was telling him, I was seeing that too when I was going through the study, because my mind was drawn away at one point into looking into the meaning of redemption, because I was seeing the point where redemption is a creating, and redemption is the same, just being redeemed by his blood is the same being justified by his blood. And I was saying, what is redeemed? So I went looking for the word, and here he was here saying that is something else that he's thinking about, because God led his mind to look at the word redemption and to see that it destroys the debt for debt concept of the death of Christ of the evangelicals, because in their concept, it is death in place of death to escape penalty. And you just go to church on Sunday as a corporation and you celebrate Resurrection Sunday. But redemption, as shown in scripture, as we saw, which is a creating, redemption is actually a buying back of you from slavery. And I was seeing that this morning too. And I connected it with John 8, Brother Medina. I didn't get to say this on the phone. When I was reasoning with myself and the Holy Spirit, I connected it with John 8, where Christ shows that he that committed sin is a slave of sin. So if redeeming is buying you back from the slavery of sinning, it means redemption makes you sin free. It's a making of you being sin free, because not only did Christ say he that committed sin is a slave of sin, but he also says that you shall know the truth and the truth shall make you free. That's a making, that's a creating. And he says, when the Son of Man shall make you free, you shall be free indeed. So the redemption or the making free from the slavery of sin is always presented as a making, which is as creating. And therefore, he was saying that destroys, he was saying redemption, the true meaning of it destroys the concept of death in place of death to escape penalty, because it shows that you are actually removed from the slavery or released from the slavery of sinning. And that is our work of creating. And then he explored the idea of it is Jesus himself, who laid down his life to give you life. And then that would mean that it is a gift. It's not by works. And it is a gift, which is to create tusia or sacrifice in you. And the source of the gift, the source is also sacrifice, the tusia. And he used John 3:16, and he showed how God himself, the thusia, the principle of thusia in him is him manifesting love, righteousness, love manifesting, giving his son. God so loved the world that he gave. That is a gift that shows thusia, self-nonness. You're giving, you're giving. It's a gift. He gave his only begotten son that whosoever believeth in him should not perish but have everlasting life. So he was showing the whole thing is self-nonness love, because it is a gift. So the principle of thusia is in God himself, and the purpose of that in creating a new everlasting life. When you repent and believe, receive that gift, the purpose is to create thusia in you, right? Which in itself is a gift, and therefore it could never be by works. It's self-nonness love, it's sacrifice, it is a creating, because only God could create in us the self-nonness love. So it is, he was exalting the principle of how it is not by works. It could never be done by self. It could never be done by your own effort because of the nature of it. It is a creating, which means only the creator could do it. It's a saving from sin. Only the savior could do it. It is a gift, thus showing it is self-nonness, love, and it is not by your own works. If it was by your own works, if it is not a gift, then you are owed it. But when it is a gift, it is a free gift. You can't work for it. You know, those are the things he was saying in the call. I wouldn't obviously remember every last thing in trying to rehash what he said for the last, I don't know, more than 15 minutes, I believe. But if I could get him to talk about it in a recording and put out the recording for you, I will do that, because I don't really know if you were able to hear anything at all after the point when you told me you weren't hearing clear, because I didn't see any more comments. So, but I thank you for having been with me today, for going over this study. I think we really need to think more upon it. We really need to think upon the reason why God gave us this revelation at this time. You know, it's not just rehashing what we know about the points and the familiar scriptures. It is to recognize that we really have to emphasize that justification is justification. It's the meaning of it. Because, and it has to be so, because salvation is not by works, but by God's doing, by God's creating, by the only Savior, the Creator. And furthermore, it is the easiest way to teach the people the 7-day Sabbath and point them to that, because when you say created, you point away from it being something that's done by works. And you point to the fact that it is a creating, which points you to the Creator, which points you to his sign, the 7-day Sabbath. Right? So I thank God very much for helping us. I thank you, Brother Medina, for following your convictions and sharing what God put upon your heart. And I look forward to more, whatever it may be. And I want to thank God very much personally for helping me to see it and to appreciate it. And I pray to see it more and to be able to preach it more this way that he has shown us by God's grace. So let us use it. One of the things I would say to Brother Medina, and I know you're gone, but I would say this. To me, even for people who are not like long seasoned among us, it seemed to have catch on with them. Because I remember seeing, for example, Sister Kim in Canada there, and she likes it. And she said it brought to her mind, creating me a clean heart. And she used the word justificated. Then I remember seeing Donna Fuchong, who has not always been the easiest of persons to deal with, using the phrase justification. You know, I've seen, like, obviously I know they have to learn it, but to me, it's like I've seen younger people among us, like catching on with the phrase and liking it or appreciating it. So that's a good thing too, because it shows that it's workable, you know, because this is the intent that God has, that people, that we would be able to help such people. So we will pray for them. We will use it by God's grace with the understanding, right? The faith, the revealed truths, and we will have success. So let us pray. Gracious Father, divine nature, we thank you that you have shown us from your word, perusing scripture after scripture after scripture, that indeed justification in the Bible is really justification. This is what it means, because you want us to see and to point the world to the fact that salvation is not at all by any works that we could do. It is never by any symbol of works, salvation, or works, justification. But salvation is only by your creating, which is justification, which points us to you, the Creator, the Savior, by your creating in us, the new man, the born-again self. That is a work of yours, of regenerating, which is recreating or creating, and of renewing, which you do as a creating, and which brings to the fore of the mind you as Yahweh God Creator, who sign and who is seen in the 7-day Sabbath, that we may destroy the claims of Sunday and lay it in the ground where it belongs, not to be exalted at all, but to exalt your seventh-day Sabbath alone. Thank you, and we know that you are working with us, you're working in us, and we pray for success as we preach what you have shown us, as we ourselves learn it and preach it and live it, because it shows us why no ounce of self must be in us, but we must have self-noneness, and that is a gift. And that will not cause us to depend upon self or trust in self in any way, but it will cause us always to look to you, the giver, the enthusiast, our creator and our savior. Thank you, loving Father, for showing us these things. May we grow in our morality. May we love the truth more. May we appreciate more our need of thee and deny great self and look to you, the author and finisher of our faith, and preach this truth that many would come to see it according to your will, and as you add daily to the church, such as should be saved. We pray for Sister Gemma, for Sister Bonolo and others in Botswana, for Sister Kim and Sister Fran, and others who are new among us, brethren in, St. Thomas, those in Jamaica, even those who have been affected, brethren in the Philippines, all over the world who listen to us. That when they hear these things, they would give themselves a chance to search about them as the Bereans did, and they would learn the truth and be saved. It's our prayer in Jesus' holy name with thanksgiving unto thee. Amen. Amen. So again, thanks for being with me today, brethren. May the grace of God, our Savior and Creator, our Justificreator and Sanctificreator, rest and abide with you now and always in Jesus' holy name. Amen. Until next time, I'm Sister Anissa Baptiste for Thusia Seventh-day Adventist Church. Bye.